So we will be moving to executive session to discuss strategy with respect to civil court and administrative actions involving 59 Middlesex Avenue and the purchase of said property. And our plan is to return to open session at approximately 8 o'clock this evening. We'll do that formally through a motion. Oops. Carlo, can I ask you to read the motion, please?
Sure. Move that the board go into executive session, including Counsel Greg Panini, BHPK Law, Jody Mills, Maya, and Eva Freed, Mieris, and Harrington, and staff members Barbara LaSure, Caitlin Saunders-Nocella, to discuss strategy with respect to civil court and administrative actions involving 59 Middlesex Ave and the purchase of said property. Further, the chair declared that an open meeting could have a detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the body, and the board will reconvene in open session at approximately 8 p.m.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We will do a roll call vote, and then we'll move if we go from there. So as I see you on the screen, Carlo?
Yes.
Anne?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
And Mark, yes. All right, we will move to executive session. Karen, you have your hand up currently. Is that purposeful?
Can you remind me again how to put it down?
I know the latest version, what you do.
Under
I think reactions.
pain.
Yeah, I go to reactions and then I think it says lower hand.
Found it.
Anne, are you able to hear us? I'll take that as a no. I'm just gonna send her a quick text. Good evening again, folks. So now we will move on to our regular agenda items. Sorry, I'm having a little struggle with my sharing tonight. Sorry about that. There we go. Okay, so this evening, in terms of logistics, as usual, we're broadcast live on RCTV, Verizon Channel 33, Xfinity 22, as well as links to Facebook Live and YouTube. We will have public participation at approximately 8:30. I think we have 5 or 6 people that have requested to speak. The rules of use: public comment must include full name and address, not include any disparaging statements, have content of not more than 2 minutes. And we've already received requests from a number of people to join us. Here is the agenda we'll go through. We'll have a COVID-19 response. Dr. Rick Lopez, and I think Bob may have some things from command. We have a hearing that we will open, classification schedule to add the position of health director. We'll close that hearing and take a vote. We'll then move on to liaison reports, which tonight will include an update from Laura Gem on the election, as well as board members, as well as town manager. Public comment at approximately 8:30. In terms of outdoor dining, I think we just indicated that we don't have any applicants. Is that correct? So we won't be using that. Okay. We have is it Arbor City? It's a Tree City designation. We have a motion on that. We need to appoint the town accountant this evening. We'll have an update on the water tank project, including a number of guests from the carriers who will be available, I think, with a few statements and then to answer questions. Energy policy discussion led by Climate Advisory. Whoops, sorry. I'm moving ahead too quickly. Approve a letter against MBTA service cuts, approve meeting minutes, future meeting agendas. So without further ado, I will close my screen and turn it over to you, Rick.
Great. Good evening. So we have a few things to report on, starting with the case count. Our case count is up to 85. It was down around 63 last week. There have been 50 new cases in the past week. And this is consistent with what's happening. If you look at the Massachusetts data, it's sort of steady or trickling up a little bit, unclear what the cause of all that is. And so we'll have to follow that. But Reading remains, according to the state guidelines, at a moderate risk, as are all the contiguous towns around Reading. We've had a couple small clusters, one at the Little Treasures preschool and one at the Encore dance studio, nothing major. With respect to vaccines, we continue to get a trickle of vaccines, mostly vaccines for second doses where we've already provided the first doses. And we also receive vaccines to be able to vaccinate around 35 homebound residents. We're in the process of doing clinics now for another category in phase 2, which is in high risk, which is residents and staff at public and private low income and affordable senior housing. So that would be the Reading Housing Authority on Tanner Drive. and the Cedar Glen on Elderberry Lane. So those clinics, some have taken place. I think there's another one coming this week, or maybe it was today, to be able to vaccinate those residents. In terms of school, the school testing, the pool testing is ongoing. The compliance has been reasonable at 60% of students, and about 70% of staff have agreed to be pool tested. I think there's been somewhere between 400 and 500 pool tests done. Only a couple, literally 2, have been positive. And we have about 16 students or staff who tested positive in the past couple of weeks. In terms of teacher vaccinations, it was interesting to see on the Reading K-12 website that 89% of teachers either are fully vaccinated, have had 1 shot, or have an appointment to begin their vaccination. So that's definitely good news there. And then, as you know, based on the state mandate, elementary students will be returning to full in-person school on April 5th, and middle and high school on April 26th. And then finally, at our board meeting last Thursday, we approved a process for recreational and civic permits. So these were, we're expecting a typical flurry or onslaught come spring and summer, and has to do with recreational events, various athletic teams and camps, and those kinds of things that occur. And you know, last summer and fall, the board was heavily involved in reviewing those at the board member level. And in part because the guidelines from the state were constantly changing, and early on there weren't that many. At this point, the guidelines from the state are pretty clear. They don't require a medical degree to interpret them. And so we've agreed on a process by which the recreational department will review permit requests that come in terms of COVID compliance, and make the recommendations and have the dialogue with the entity. And then our public health nurse will do a second review to make sure that that there is compliance with COVID guidelines, and then signed off by our interim health director. So it'll be done at the staff level. And that is about it for COVID update from me. I don't know, Bob, if you had any additional items.
Sure, through the chair. Thanks, Rick. Rick, so you know, I just heard today on a call with Assistant Commissioner of DPH, Jana Ferguson, that Reading is among the 40% of communities that chose to do the homebound program locally, and 60% of the communities have adopted to go through the state, just so you know.
Great. That's proud.
On, I guess it was last night, Monday, Assistant Town Manager Gene Delios and myself met with the Linfield Board of Health and the Linfield Select Board in a joint meeting held for 30 minutes. On Thursday night, the Reading Health Board voted, and last night the Linfield Board of Health, voted for that both communities could apply for a grant to regionalize. So we didn't agree to regionalize, we agreed to proceed down the path and explore regionalization. A grant opportunity came out in the last 10 days. We've been working with Linfield over that period of time. Again, the local board was kind enough to approve it Thursday night. And then Friday around noon, the terms changed from the state. So as is typical, all of a sudden 2 communities may be not desirable for a grant, 3 communities might be. So we're scrambling to sort of plug that hole. We've actually put in a call and an email to Jana Ferguson. As of now, have not heard back. But the board may, you know, here in the future, a desire to pursue an IMA with Linfield. It's too early to say that, but we're definitely exploring. Linfield is a really good partner for Reading. I hope they're not watching. They have low needs and lots of money. They really aren't a big enough community to need full-time people in some certain functions. Right now, clearly during a pandemic, they need a full-time health director, but maybe not so much in typical quieter times. So they tend to regionalize and share services a little more than some of us do, just because of their size and the amount of business they have. Their main function in the Board of Health is septic. They have a lot of septic inspections, whereas Reading is fortunate to have very, very few. So I just wanted to sort of bring that to the board's attention. And also leading into the next item, I just didn't cover it now. I wrote up for the board to review, but I'd just like to say a few things in public about the health director. Last Wednesday night on March 17th, FinCom did vote 8-0 to support the town manager's budget as presented, as well as all the articles in the warrant. That's an important milestone in terms of your next agenda item. It's a little out of sequence typically for us to advertise a position that town meeting has not yet agreed to fund. So I thought that the best path forward was for the board to now hear the need to amend the classification chart to include a health director, and that we would commit to using a process and working obviously with the Board of Health to not actually commit to spending any funds until town meeting has approved a budget. So that's approximately early to mid-May. Here we are in late March. Hiring a process is going to take that long anyways. So, with the board's urging, we just wanted to move that up. And, we could have asked to, advertise for the position, but it really felt better to me if we asked the board formally to approve the classification matrix so someone could see, in fact, there it is. So that's all I have in terms of the COVID related issues. Thank you.
Board members' questions? Ann?
Have individuals who got their first shot through the town of Reading been notified as to their appointment or the fact that they will be eligible to get their second dose through the town?
And assuming they went through the prep mod in the state, that's something that technology handles. We do not do it. So up till now, yes, on whatever schedule the state uses.
Okay.
I should also add, just because I learned this personally, and probably many of you have, my physician, in recent days has indicated that hospitals will now be providing vaccination. And that does not require any of the state registration, no prep mod. You just go online, you sign up, you pick a time, and you hope they have vaccine. So, and that was news to me. I did not know that the hospitals now were back in play in terms of being a provider. But some of the big ones are planning for mid-April and some of them even sooner.
We've made it a priority to ensure that residents who we vaccinated for their first dose, we have requested, and the state has, at least up until now, been very readily willing to provide second doses. And at this point, on some data that was shown at the board meeting Thursday night, out of a total of 319 first doses that we provided through March 12th, we also provided 261 second doses. So that's about 80%, and I'm sure there'll be more coming. So we are focused on that.
And perhaps I should offer a clarification from John Doherty from yesterday. The figures they're giving out on teachers are based on the number of teachers who have responded to a survey. So it's not every teacher. So I think he indicated that 40 to 50% of teachers had responded to surveys. So just keep that in mind when you're hearing any facts or figures.
Other board questions, comments? We're good. Thank you. Thanks, Rick.
Okay, thank you. I might stay on for the health director piece.
Please do. Okay, so we need to read the hearing notice. Carlo, actually, Bob, can I ask you to post that on the screen? And Carlo, can I ask you to read the hearing notice, please?
Okay. To the inhabitants of the town of Reading, please take notice that the select board of the town of Reading will hold a public hearing on March 23rd, 2021 at approximately 8:15 p.m. remotely on Zoom to amend the FY21 classification chart. A copy of the proposed documents regarding this topic will be in the select board packet and on the town website, readingma.gov. All interested parties are invited to attend the hearing or may submit their comments in writing or by email prior to 4 p.m. on March 23rd, 2021 to townmanager@ci.reading.ma.us by order of the town manager, Robert LaShure.
Thanks, Carlo. So from there, did we receive any input? No, none received. Okay, Bob, can I pass it to you?
Sure. Let me share this screen. So the only change we're asking for is to add this position to the classification of health director. We're adding it to grade L. Generally speaking, these positions have gone through a somewhat rigorous and independent analysis in order to land where they did. This one did not go through an independent analysis. Let me just look. All the positions on grade L or grade M are department head levels. You can see there's a total of 9. It made a great deal of sense to HR and to myself, especially that the positions in grade M, with the exception of the assistant town manager, have significant union responsibilities in the departments, which are fundamentally different. Some of them work 24/7 and very extended hours when it's not 24/7. So it seemed like the right place for a health director was grade L. You know, as we see what the market will bear, we may or may not need to circle back to you, but that was our initial thoughts. So again, this would authorize us to discuss the position, and I would not feel comfortable hiring anyone into the position until town meeting has approved it. Having said that, I think, and I made this comment over the winter, we have funds for FY21 to hire this person today through June 30th. That's not a problem. That funding is there. But really, I don't feel it's appropriate to sort of front run, if you will, town meeting. And it's really as simple as that. You've seen the proposal in the budget. You know, it's a little different to have a 9th department head with a relatively smaller staff than the other department heads, but obviously it's a pretty significant responsibility, and both the police and fire chiefs are very enthusiastic that, you know, a slightly more formalized agreement with having that position and that division placed into public safety would be helpful. It's obviously it's 3 functions that have worked extremely closely since last March. And honestly, you know, whenever someone declares the pandemic is over, the effects of the pandemic are going to be felt for years. So these 3 areas will continue to work closely. I think it's especially going to be helpful for the Reading Coalition to have better access to health staff and a health director. That's been an area somewhat of weakness, where the health folks were in town hall and didn't interact a lot with the coalition. We tried to find space for the coalition in town hall. It was never successful. So I'm very interested in having them be able to work more collaboratively, if you will, on the mental health aspects of the pandemic. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Thanks, Bob. Before I recognize Ann, this is a public hearing, so if there are any folks that are listening in that would like to make a comment, what we'd ask you to do is to send an email to selectboard@ci.reading.ma.us, and we will monitor that. Kate will ask you to monitor that, and if emails come in during the hearing, we'll ask you to come in and make any statements that you have. So I wanted to make sure that we start with that. Ann.
Thank you, Mark. Bob, so I think this makes a lot of sense in terms of classification. And we're not voting on, the structure of where this position would fall. And it seems, it seems you've thought this through pretty carefully. It seems like the kind of thing where if you were starting from scratch, the health director position wouldn't fall within public safety, that it would fall maybe within human and elder services, and maybe that the Reading Coalition type of work would fall in that type of space too. Is part of it like a physical space and who's going to be working with whom? And is that part of it, who's housed at town hall versus who's housed in the police department? I'm just thinking like human health, elder services, generally, I think of in the same space, whereas public safety, I think more of police fire.
Yeah, and the physical space is coincidence. When I first became town manager, one of the first things I did, and say within 6 months, was pretty much the kind of thinking you're wondering about here. Is I went to public safety, went to the coalition, then Arcasa, and said, wouldn't it make a lot more sense to move you over under community services? Because really you are very similar to, elder human services, for instance. And I learned how strong a personality Erica is, and she told me in no uncertain terms many, many reasons why that would be a very poor idea. And in fact, that is the model that most coalitions used 10, 15 years ago. And the current trend is very much to house those coalitions in the police department because they work together so closely, so frequently. So to me, I didn't want to interrupt that proximity, and I wanted to make sure that the health director is clearly meant to be very independent, another department head, but also exposed to that proximity and, if you will, the natural integration. Had we had this position for the last year housed in the police station, I think the communication would have improved. So
are you envisioning that this person's office would be within the police station?
Well, we're still working on that, but my expectation would be, it would be, if you will, in the public portion of the police station, not behind locked doors. So it's very accessible to the public. So I'll just give you two possibilities. One is to use the community services meeting room, which is not my first choice, as office space. And the other is if you go upstairs and the chief's office is straight ahead with support services. To the left, there's a wall. Behind that, there's offices. A nice door in that wall could open that up to the public also. One of the things that I was afraid of, if you will, back with Arcasa, was that they would need a less threatening presence somewhere else, such as a town hall, so that people, would feel more comfortable coming to a more neutral building, I guess. And that has not been the case at all in their experience, which surprised me. I think that health would benefit greatly from a 24/7 building, and also, the physical advantage of having a generator for their needs. So yeah, and I did think about it a lot. I thought about it a lot 5-6 years ago, and there's a lot of other reasons why it made sense to go in this direction. And for the health directors I talked to before we found Peter, I ran the idea past 2 of them, and they thought it was terrific. They thought that might well be a model for the future, given what everyone has learned and is learning over the last year. But you want to make sure that, much like the coalition, it is not run by public safety.
Right, and this person would not be reporting to the police department.
No, this person would report to the town manager directly.
Okay. Did you talk about this structure with the Board of Health?
The Board of Health has seen it. Each chief has seen it.
Okay.
And the board was supportive of this approach. I think, the work that Incident Command has done over the past year has really highlighted the importance of the close relationship between public safety and the health department. And so least on multiple levels, and also the fact that this would sort of elevate the position reporting to the town manager, which would improve our recruitment and the quality of person we obtain.
Okay, I definitely see how in the pandemic it makes complete sense. Hoping that the pandemic is not going to last forever. Just wondering if,
Sure.
outside the context of the pandemic, if it still makes as much sense. But I'm hearing what you're saying, Bob.
Yeah, and Ann, in some ways, one could better argue that it should be more closely tied into the fire department because of paramedics and advanced life support.
Yeah.
The problem is you can't have an office in a building that just goes crazy every few minutes when there's a call.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bob, can I ask you to turn off your screen share, just so that I can get back to the bubbles. There we go. Other board members, questions, comments? Not seeing any. Has anyone requested to speak, Caitlin? Okay, so if you, in the public, if you would like to speak, we'll give kind of another minute, and I think we will close the hearing. So Bob, I think that I appreciate the approach. I think it's right. I think that the board has been supportive about kind of public health in general, even before the pandemic. And then obviously the pandemic has been, a series of exclamation points on top of it. I think this is exactly the right thing to do. If it turns out that there is some kind of grouping of communities that get together, then it'll be even more important that we've got a very strong individual able to take on this role. All right, Caitlin, has anyone asked to speak? Okay, that being the case, Carlo, can I ask you to make a motion to close the hearing regarding the amendment of the FY21 classification plan?
Motion to close the hearing to make the amendment for the fiscal year 21 classification plan.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Karen. Any discussion? None appearing, we'll take a vote. Karen,
Yes.
Carlo,
Yes.
Ann,
Yes.
Vanessa,
Yes.
and Mark, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we'll actually put a motion forward. And this, actually I had the other one, sorry, Carlo. I just put it up before. I asked you to make the second motion.
Move to approve the FY21 classification schedule as presented to add the position of health director.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Karen. Any discussion? Not appearing, we will move to the vote. Karen,
Yes.
Carlo,
Yes.
Ann,
Yes.
Vanessa,
Yes.
and Mark, yes. Thank you, folks. All righty, let us move on with our agenda. Next up, liaison reports. And what I'd like to do here is give, oh, I'm sorry, Kyle. Oh, I'm seeing your hand.
I was waving by the Rick. Rick was leaving.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were there. Okay, so let's, liaison reports. What I ask is let's ask Laura to give us an election update on things, then we can move to board members and then town manager. So Laura, floor is yours.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
So I'm not quite sure what you're looking for as far as an update. The election is definitely into full swing. We, as you know, it did pass that we were doing vote by mail. As of 1:30 this afternoon, we sent out 413 ballots. All ballots that have been requested had been caught up and sent out at that point. We're now starting to get them back. Just so everyone's aware, you can return those ballots by putting them in the box at the town hall parking lot or mailing the ballots back to us. You can also drop them off at town hall if you feel better with that, and just call us and let us know you're in the parking lot and we'll come get the ballot. Same thing with the applications. Just everyone just needs to be aware that the last time that you can request a ballot to be mailed is March 31st at 5 p.m. We must receive that request by 5 p.m. on the 31st. Someone will be at town hall that day. So there'll be someone in the clerk's office being able up until 5 o'clock to accept those applications. All ballots will be mailed out by the end of the day on the 1st, depending on how late, you know, whether or not, if we get some at the last minute kind of thing. Any questions or comments or concerns?
Laura, could you just walk through the process if someone does want to get a mail-in ballot? What is the process they should use?
So it's simple. We just have to have a signature requesting it. So you can send us a letter with a signature. You can fill out the vote by mail application, which is on the town's website. If you go to the elections page, there's a link that has the right to the application. You can take that application and or letter and scan it and email it to us. You can mail it to us. You can drop it off at town hall. You can put it in the box, but I have to have a signature to send a ballot. An example of making sure that we have the signature is we received an application.
Oh, sorry, didn't want to go to
Yep.
that one.
You want to go to departments and then elections. And then there's also the button too, but we received an application for, in the individual, the requester forgot to sign it. So we can't send the ballot. We've done everything we can to try and get in touch with them. We've emailed them, we've phoned them. So if you happen to have forgotten to sign your application and you haven't gotten your ballot that you requested, let us know. So return and get back with us and we can get the ballot sent out. So the biggest requirement is a signature.
Great. Thanks, Laura. Board members, any questions or comments? Carla?
Laura, correct me if I'm wrong. I think you said at a previous meeting there will be in-person absentee ballot voting allowed or not?
So by law, I have to provide in-person absentee balloting. What we're doing currently is if anybody wants to do an in-person absentee ballot, we are meeting them in the parking lot with the ballot and the application, and we're setting it up so that they can vote. We've only had that 2 people request that. That's working at this point. What we may end up doing is setting something up outside on the last day of absentee balloting, because that's usually our busiest, which would be the 5th up until noontime. The deadline to vote absentee is noontime, April 5th. And that day, that morning is usually when we're busy. But if anybody wants to vote in person, you can come by town hall during the hours that we're there, 8:30 to 4:30 Monday through Thursday, or you can set up an appointment any other hours. We'll work with the resident and then, or the voter. And then when you get there, when you arrive, just call us and let us know you're there and we'll meet in the parking lot. We're doing everything we can to make sure that everybody gets to vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
Last questions or comments for Laura? Okay, great. Thanks, Laura. Select board member updates. Should I do the round robin? Start, Karen? I see you kind of top of the screen.
Okie dokie. So I attended a Conservation Commission meeting, and one of the items on the agenda was an MVP project overview with planning and a presentation. And this is the area. So these are the headwaters of the Aberjona River. So this is the Mallet land and the Somes and the Morgan land. So at this point it's been flagged. They're going to do some soil borings, and this is a regional effort. So we'll be partnering with others, but this seems to dovetail nicely with the other MVP planning efforts we've been doing in town. Also, I just want to give kudos to the Conservation Commission. They did have some enforcement items, and they had one particular person with an approved plan who spent a lot of time giving them a very hard time, and just didn't want to do what he had committed, and they treated him quite calmly and fairly, and you know, it was very uncomfortable. I was not happy with the way that they were being treated, and I give them kudos for being calm and measured under pressure. And hopefully that doesn't happen very often. I know it's happened, I've seen it happen in other boards as well. The other thing I wanted to bring up is that, different topic. So civics has been added back into the curriculum for middle schoolers. So I was contacted by a couple of teachers from Coolidge Middle School, and they asked me to bring this to your attention. So Marion Cascuna and Michael Mayday are coming up with a project regarding, so they want the students need to learn about how civics works, how local government works. Isn't that wonderful? So they thought we might be able to help with that. It might be supportive of a project like that. I think their focus for the spring, they've got to come up with this group project. Are they going to learn about town meeting? And we have a great website. They're going to be able to do a lot of independent research. And I think they're going to pick warrant articles and watch them, maybe not real time if it's a late night, but and figure out how they can perhaps get involved. So, you know, they did ask if it would be okay with you if I was a touch point for them. And they just also wanted to see if the board was supportive of this effort. And that's it.
Sounds like a great idea from my perspective. I'd
Civics.
be comfortable.
I agree. All right, thank you.
Are other members okay with that? Can Karen serve that way? Great. Thanks, Karen. Carlo.
Okay, so the water tower project has now spun off into the CPDC, Permanent Building Committee, and us. So over the past several meetings, which the third one was last night, a lot of headway was made with mitigation for the soil, discussion about moving the fence to create more open space, a lot of topics, and regarding the tower and construction and the antennas and the color, and a lot of back and forth between the town, between Ryan and Weston and Sampson, and the neighbors were heavily involved. So it's been very productive. It's not quite done yet. CPD has not closed the hearing yet, but a lot of progress has been made, and in my opinion, still a little bit more work to do. But the neighborhood's main concern is to move that fence closer to the water tower to create more open space, and prospectively maybe have that some iteration of a park down the road. And there is they've been doing some testing. The tree warden's been out there. There's a lot of dead trees that was recently found out, and unhealthy trees on the property. There is some lead paint in the soil, and what I was told, or what the neighbors in the town was told, that lead paint, any dust from lead paint doesn't go below 12 inches. So it's just on the topsoil, no penetration of the groundwater or anything like that. So another concern of the residents was that while we're mitigating the property, let's test and mitigate the soil outside the fence line when the fence line gets moved closer to the water tank. So that's still up for discussion. It looks like it's, you know, moving forward. They're going to move the driveway that's currently there now to be more facing the direct entrance to the water tower, to make it more of a clean entrance and to maybe have less runoff. Runoff was brought up last night, actually, for a few neighbors potentially from that property. And Ryan's going to look into it. So a lot of good dialogue back and forth. A lot of the neighbors have met Ryan and the tree warden, so a lot of good discussions have been had. And Vanessa was at all those meetings as well, so she might want to chime in as well when she gets to speak on her report. But and then Bagel World got approved. That got closed for their drive-through. There were some changes. Now there's going to be one entrance and one exit. But when you come out, you can still go right or left. There was discussion on what to do and traffic flow and people using other properties to turn back around on 28. So it's going to be one way in, queue up to the drive-through, come out, and you can still go left or right like you can now. And then 2 weeks ago, a building was proposed on the vacant lot on Woburn Street, right by the municipal lot entrance. And that was a 7-unit building. And that was proposed by Federa with conditions. If it gets approved, he would buy the property. And one potential issue with that project is that in order to have a garage underneath, because that property tapers down 9 feet, was to have underground parking, which makes total sense. But the only entrance to that parking would be through the municipal lot. And it would take up we would take out 3 spaces from the municipal lot so the residents could enter and exit the building. So that's an ongoing discussion, but that building was proposed at CPDC. And I think, and some other stuff too, they're going over zoning regulations. I should also plug that there was a zoning workshop for the general public next Monday, the 29th, talking about downtown and what we want downtown to look like and what we've learned from the projects that we've already approved and that are going up and moved in, setbacks, open space, a lot of good topics. They put a lot of thought into it. So next week is one of probably many meetings on that topic. And then attended a historic commission meeting, which I haven't attended in a while. And, they're doing good work. And one thing on their radar they're looking at is to change the demolition delay bylaw from 12 months to 6 months. So they're gathering that information, reaching out to other towns and to see what they do. And, eventually maybe possibly present that to town meeting. And one last thing, a plug for the VASC that we have many openings in town. And Karen and I are ready for your applications. So if you go to the town website and under volunteer opportunities, you'll see all the vacancies for all the boards and committees. So I encourage you to apply and help the town. Thanks.
Yes, Karen, did you have a question or comment?
I'm sorry, Carl, I think, so the current bylaw is 6-month demo delay, right? So they're talking about, I think it came out reversed.
Sorry.
Sorry, I said it backwards, right. It's currently 6 months.
Okay,
They're
thanks.
looking to correct. So they're doing their due diligence and gathering information. And on a side note, thanks for that correction. 3 homeowners are volunteering their properties to be designated historic. So that's good news on, voluntarily, which we want more of that. So we don't infringe on people's rights by just designating them without them being involved. So that was good to know that, and they're going to publicize that. I think May is a historic something month. Sorry if I butchered that, but they're going to announce that in May that 3 homes are going to become historically designated in red. Thanks.
Thanks. Vanessa, do you want to go next? Had any comments on Carlos?
No, Carlo did a great job. Thanks, Carlo. I have some questions, comments, and observations, but we're going to be tackling that later, so I'll save it. I did have 2 questions for Bob that I feel are appropriate here. I did find out that the City of Boston offers up to 30% discount on water costs for some seniors and the disabled. So we have the circuit breaker where we have the senior tax relief. Times are particularly challenging for some individuals right now. So I thought it might be worthwhile to look into see if we can do a similar program for qualified seniors and the disabled. So that was question 1, just a request of Bob. And perhaps, Mark, this is a question for you, but I received a question about composting and that the board would be considering it. Is Jane going, I didn't see it on the agenda for today, is Jane going to be giving an update on that from the DPW perspective,
Yes,
potentially looking into compost for the town?
Yeah, yes, but not tonight. We ran out of time.
Fair enough. That was all I had. And Carlo, thanks. That was a great update for the water tower.
Super, thanks. Ann?
So this news is a few weeks old, but I didn't want any more time to go by without the board acknowledging and recognizing that we have a new deputy police chief, Christine Amendola. Deputy Chief Amendola became the highest ranking woman in the department's history when she assumed her new role on March 1st, which I thought was fitting because that's the beginning of Women's History Month. So, want to offer our most sincere congratulations to our new deputy chief. And I would ask if Bob, maybe in the town manager's report, wants to add anything else, and if you'd give us a little bit of background on the selection process for the deputy chief.
Cool. All right, thanks, Ann. So to me, one update, the Council on Aging meeting, very excited to be thinking about the senior center again and the possibility of opening and trying to understand what will be needed to accommodate that. So that there's a lot of interest in that. The second thing that is working, rides for medical appointments, including vaccinations, that program seems to be available and working. And actually there's a bid going out to kind of continue that program going forward through the trust commissioners. Third is that the council talked about surveying needs in the community of seniors to understand what would be the top few programs that they think are most important to be able to either bring back or add to or think about, as well as to think about what would be needed from a facilities point of view. And we the board had some discussions about this just pre-pandemic, starting to think about how we might survey what the needs are to understand issues that could relate to senior center, community center. And obviously with the pandemic, we kind of had to shift on timing. But the council is starting to have some discussions about that and to think about how to gather that kind of information to be able to bring that forward, which I thought was great. Okay, second item, and last item for me, just a moment of personal privilege. I just very concerned. Last week, a horrific hate crime took place in Atlanta, targeting Asian American women and resulting in the death of 8 people. This occurs during a time in which acts of violence and other hate crimes against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have increased significantly over the past year. Unfortunately, hate crimes in general have been increasing as well. I just want to add my voice in condemning these actions. So thank you for that moment. Bob.
Thanks, Mark. Just a couple things, and then I'll answer Ann's question and Vanessa's. Just to let the board know, I'm having an ongoing dialogue with Camp Curtis. We had a meeting today by telephone. Last week, I want to say on Wednesday, Chuck Tyrone, our conservation administrator, and 2 folks from environmental area of the National Guard walked the property under question. Some of it was inaccessible, mostly because of wet. So today, one of the colonels suggested we fly a drone over their property, which I thought was an interesting suggestion. I just hope they don't shoot it down. So there's really nothing to report other than it is a wet area for sure. It's 11 or 12 acres in total, which would meet our requirement, but the amount of dry land may not. We're going to look to do a drone overview and probably do what's called a phase 1 environmental report so we can get real facts. The Guard does not believe, for instance, there's any unexploded munitions there, but we need to be careful. So, a phase 1 report would certainly answer that question, for instance. The second issue, which will partly address Vanessa's question. So we had a call with the state today about the pandemic and related issues. And one of the topics was what's called ARPA and ESSER 3. So Those acronyms are great. There's a lot of money potentially coming to Reading and to many other cities and towns. On a very preliminary basis, I'll say we're going to have over $7 million between those two pools of money. There is not a lot of guidelines yet. There is going to be some specific guidelines issued by the U.S. Treasury because these are federal funds. They will be available over a multiple year period, potentially as much as 3 years, maybe even slightly more than 3 years. There will be specified areas where the funds can and cannot be spent on. And I bring this up specifically because one of the areas did designate water and sewer, but I don't know yet if it's water and sewer infrastructure as opposed to something else in water and sewer. One of the other uses, which was really good to hear, was to supplement revenue loss. So the CARES Act specifically did not do that. These funds may be. You know, a lot of questions were asked today. They don't have answers. You know, for our perspective, one of them is this just a grant that gets drawn down, or is this something the town meeting has to approve? And we don't know yet. Because it was a one model fits all, there was a lot of awkwardness in terms of fitting in towns, cities, counties, and states into this formula. In Massachusetts, I forget the exact legal term, but there are effectively a handful of counties who are still active as a government unit and many that are not. And there is significant amount of money directed at counties. So the state is still trying to figure out, and it cannot go to the state because county governments are so prevalent in other parts of the country. So the state's still trying to figure out that it's pretty clear for the counties that exist and have governments, they must spend it. But for the counties that don't exist really and don't have an organization and get money, what happens? So these are the kinds of questions. You know, but ultimately, you know, I'm sure over the summer more news will come out. The first portion of the funding needs to be released within about 90 days. So I imagine we'll see it sometime in the summer, and hopefully there'll be guidance. And it will certainly be a pleasant discussion to have with, you know, FinCom and whoever else wants to have it. So I wanted to share that good news. Vanessa, there's nothing precluding the board as water, sewer, stormwater commissioners to set up a rate structure that it likes. But just to remind the board, it is a zero-sum game. So there's a certain amount of revenues that need to be collected. You know, unless grant money like this is eligible to plug in, you know, we have to pay for our costs. I'm familiar with the senior discount, so to speak. I was not familiar until you brought it to my attention with the disabled one. So that's something, you know, there are laws on the books for tax relief for disability. So I don't know if, you know, Boston were using the same model. And I hope the answer is yes, but we'll look into that. And then lastly, in terms of the deputy chief process, I'd like to say we use the exact same process as we did the last time, but COVID certainly didn't allow that. It was frustrating at first in the fall when, you know, we would have liked to start moving along, that COVID had a significant impact on the process, both on the candidates and on the availability of an assessment center. At some point, we gave up on doing an outside assessment center. You probably know the amount of chiefs retiring is phenomenal, and they're scheduled out for 2 years now, some of these assessment centers. So, you know, we first, as we did before, we looked and see how many applicants there would be internally. Years ago, we only got one applicant internally, so we looked externally. This time we got a good number of internal applicants. And I was very pleased to see that all the internal applicants had been through an assessment center previously. So what we did is then town and school department heads got together, Gail Dowd from the schools, and designed an assessment center for the candidates and held them that way. We had all in-person interviews. We did them as carefully as we could. And, you know, later, you know, one of the candidates said to me it was tougher than a regular assessment center. So I was happy about that. So it was pretty thorough. It was people who are not normally been in the room before. Like Jane from Public Works has not been involved in an assessment center or the hiring or promoting of a police officer. So I think we had a better mix. I don't pretend that we had the same law enforcement expertise in the room as an assessment center, but these were all candidates at sergeant and above that, again, had been through that part before, and I had seen many of them firsthand. So it worked out to be a pretty good process. Again, slowed down quite a bit by COVID. We had to pause as, you know, some of the candidates and related people just couldn't come to work. So hopefully that answers the question.
Thank you, Bob.
And that's all I have, Mark.
Bob, if I got just a couple of quick questions for you. One, back to the various funds and trying to figure out how they might be used. I noticed you mentioned water and sewer. I'm sure you did, but you were probably thinking about how could we bring in our water and sewer infrastructure repairs earlier if money were available for that. Is that a potential use, or is that in the
No,
discussion?
I don't know, Mark. I'd say I'm pretty open-minded in terms of could it help offset costs to ratepayers? You know, just instead of using, you know, so much of water reserves, could we use so much of water reserves and so much of federal funds to set the rate?
Cool.
So certainly infrastructure is, when I first heard about the money about 10 days ago, my thought was it's one-time money, you do infrastructure, you do a one-time thing. So, you know, it's going to be a very large discussion, I'm sure, with the community in coming months.
Awesome.
And again, there is no urgency to spend it in the sense that we have multiple years to draw it down.
That's great. And second, on Camp Curtis, just so the drone activity, the exploration, one, it sounds like the state is still interested in pursuing this if we are.
Mhm.
And then the second piece would be just once we can get an assessment and then decide if there's enough dry space, then where do you think that puts us in terms of process timing? What would happen after that assessment?
We agreed to meet in another 2 weeks and try to do the drone assessment sooner, or between then rather. I found out today none of our current staff or us as a department own any drones. So, and the one person that did let their commercial license lapse. So that's a hurdle. In terms of sort of doing a phase 1 environmental review, we agreed to meet again in 2 weeks and discuss that more completely, and probably bring in our conservation and their environmental folks to have that discussion. So we're on an every 2-week meeting basis, and then pushing it out maybe a week as needed. So we'll meet in either 2 or 3 weeks.
Great, thanks. Any other questions from board members? Carl.
Thanks, Mark. Can I just have a quick follow-up to what Mark just said? Bob, in all this assessing for the Camp Curtis, is this still in conjunction with Wakefield, or is this just for us?
Well, you know, the concept is still with Wakefield, but Wakefield is not involved, if you will, firsthand in this portion of it. There's a representative from Brad Jones' office that joins the call, and then National Guard folks and myself will expand to environmental folks next time. So we're just sort of assessing the land before we can tell. And I will be honest that from what I've seen so far, it doesn't look great. It doesn't look like we're going to have 10 or 12 acres to build something with Wakefield, but I don't want to get the horse out of the barn too fast.
Thanks.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments? All right, let's move on to public comment. So we have 4 people, 5, 4? What was our count, Caitlin? Oh, I can't hear you.
4, I
4.
believe.
Great. All right.
Start with Christopher Haley.
Great. Hey there, welcome. You are with the board. Christopher, you there? Oh, you were muted though. All right,
Start with Christopher Haley.
great.
All right, let me just mute the other thing.
Welcome.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Christopher Haley. I live on 71 Tennyson Road. I also have an office down here on 2 Haven Street. Oh, am I muted? Oh,
No, you're all set.
Oh, okay.
Christopher, you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Oh, you were muted though.
Oh, was I? Oh,
Right.
Start with Christopher Haley.
I hear you.
I think you may be listening to RCTV, which is delayed.
oh, okay.
If it's possible to turn that down or off, that would be great. Then it'll.
Yep, it's off.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so yes, my name's Christopher Haley. I live on 71 Tennyson Road. I also have a business down here in Haven Street. So if you hear the train going by, forgive me. I appreciate this opportunity to speak on a couple of questions and comments regarding the Auburn Street water tower that's included in tonight's agenda, along with the cell carriers presently there. So the first question that I have is, can you explain the construction cost of the town, the cost to the provider, short-term safety and long-term safety differences between the temporary cell tower proposal and a permanent radio cell tower proposal? And can you also find out the accurate numbers on the total cost of the project, as the numbers used are from 2018 and the delay is expected to cost between $500,000 up to $1 million additionally, and the funds will have to come from either our water reserves or town meeting. My next question is, can you explain how the newly proposed 140-foot temporary tower addresses the safety concerns raised by the area residents with respect to the 28-home crash area of that tower? Is there a view that the risk of the tower crash increases with the age of the tower, and thus a temporary 2-year tower is less likely to crash than a permanent tower as the train goes by? If so, what guarantees can be contractually afforded to the town and residents that the 2-year temporary tower will be removed upon completion of the project? My third question would be, can the town leverage the 140-foot temporary tower the providers are proposing for our emergency equipment to potentially save the taxpayers up to $100,000 in the temporary tower construction cost? If not, why wouldn't that be possible? And then my last question would be, are you aware of the, and do you support the request to change the color of the water tower that will increase the cost of the project by 4 to 8% that was discussed at last night's CPDC meeting? If so, will the 50 or so residents up there be given a voice on the change, as well as the 26,000 other residents in Reading due to it being a shared resource? And I thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
A request to change the color of the water tower that will.
Whoops. Can we ask you to kind of pull out of this meeting, and then we'll bring the next person in, and then you're welcome, obviously, to stay on RCTV and or however you're watching.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who is next? Caitlin.
Okay, Jackie.
Hi, Jackie and Mark. You guys are connected but muted.
Good evening, Jackie McCarthy, Mark Delaney, 26 Beacon Street. Mark, can we get started?
Yeah, just a couple of comments. First of all, want to recognize the town engineer for the time he spent at the water tank this past week. Was here several times along with the tree warden, met with us neighbors, first time meeting him, very engaging, provided us a lot of information, listened to us, and I think is doing a really good job in trying to make everything fit on this project. In particular, you know, the concerns that the residents have. So I just want to, I've been quick to criticize in the past. I want to be able to compliment people when they deserve it, and he certainly deserves that. So secondly, the open space expansion that is underway. We continue to talk about it. It's been before the CPDC now for 3 meetings. We'll have it there one more time. Hopefully we can get it all resolved. It would be very helpful if the members of this board, I don't know if you're familiar with it, to what level, but if we had the board support. Obviously that carries a lot of weight with town staff and other town committees if the Board of Selectmen is supportive of it. You know, this new water tank is going to be beautiful. It's for the benefit of everybody. That's great. It's going to be totally enclosed. So it's going to look very different than what we have now. And the impacts are going to be very different on our neighborhood. So the open space is like really the only option available to help mitigate and offset those impacts on our neighborhood. So we would appreciate, the board members' support on that. And I just want to give a shout out. There goes the bell. 30 more seconds, please. I want to give a shout out to Vanessa in particular and this board for your vote last November, because that vote led to what we're seeing now.
Yeah, and the and we know we're going to
I just
hear.
got kicked off.
I know we're going to hear in more detail from the carriers later tonight, but what's in the packet looks like a great response by them to address the coverage gap while the water tank is being replaced with a temporary tower. So thank you for that, and we look forward to hearing more.
I got shut down. Thank you very much. We appreciate your support for what's going on up here and all you've done up to date, including last November. That's brought us here today. So thank you to Vanessa and all the board members that supported that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Who do we have next?
Angela Binda.
Angela.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Angela. We don't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay. Chairman Doxer, I have a written statement. It runs 2 minutes and 30 seconds. If that's okay, I will speak quickly.
I think if that's your only statement, that's fine.
Thank you. Election day is April 6th, and for the first time in my memory, we have very competitive town meeting races in all precincts. And it's really inspiring to see so many people wanting to be involved in town government. With so many candidates, it's important for voters to have as much information as possible to make informed choices on their representation. One critical piece of information is the attendance record of town meeting members. The first responsibility of a town meeting member is to show up.
Angela, I
Yeah.
need to interrupt for a second. Is this related to campaign? Is this related to candidates specifically?
No, I am requesting, no, it mentions no one in particular. It is not partisan in any way.
So we one of the things that we don't allow is campaigning to take place. So I'm a little concerned we're going to get close to that.
So what I am requesting, well, every spring town meeting sees a warrant article to possibly remove town meeting members who have not attended the required 1/2 or more of the sessions. 2 years ago, there was vigorous debate about removing more members who do not attend. Last year, that article was not taken up due to the newness of the town meeting Zoom format, and I am asking that the article not be skipped this year, but taken up by town meeting. I'm also requesting that the attendance records for a 3-year term of all town meeting members who will appear on the next ballot as incumbents be easily accessible on the town website. There are currently town meeting members who are incumbents on the ballot who've been on the list for possible removal for 2 consecutive years of a 3-year term. One town meeting member attended no meetings the first year of his term and only 2 the second year. I believe these town meeting members would have been removed from town meeting last year if the article had been taken up and voted on. I understand that town meeting members have personal circumstances that arise, health issues, family emergencies, which could prohibit them from attending sessions. This is understandable for 1 of the 3 years. Just to be clear, I'm making no judgment here, and this isn't a partisan issue. If a person is elected to town meeting and is not able to attend the required sessions 2 years in a row, then that person should no longer hold the seat, I believe, and I believe they should not run for re-election. There are too many candidates willing to put forth the effort. I'm asking that these records be put on the town website in an easy to find format. I think that this is important information for voters to know whether or not the town meeting members are attending. And finally, serving on town meeting is a privilege. To the 120 town meeting members in 2019 and the 87 town meeting members in 2020 who had perfect attendance. I say thank you for doing the work that you were elected to do.
Thanks, Angela.
Thank you.
Who do we have next?
Mike Lacey.
Mike Lacey. Hey, Mike. You are muted, but we see you. You're, oops. I think we lost you. Is Mike the last person? Okay, let's give him a minute to reconnect. I think he probably tried to get unmute and got leave instead. As he's doing that, I'm going to get the Tree City, the Arbor Day proclamation up. Oh.
Yeah.
Mike, you there? Yes. Okay.
Hey, how you doing? Sorry about that.
No worries. We got you.
Awesome. So, in regards to the public comment, the open space, I feel will help offset the negative impact on the neighborhood from the town, from the new enclosed tank structure. That short, sweet, and to the point.
Oh, I'm sorry. Great. Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Have a good evening. All right. Next on our agenda is we have an Arbor Day proclamation. I have that. I think I was able to get it onto a page. There we go. Make sure you guys, I'll start, maybe you folks can correct me on this, Bob and Caitlin. I assume this is an annual proclamation that the board does. We read it through, agree to it, and eventually we sign it or find a way to get it signed, proclaiming Arbor Day. Do I have that right?
Yep, you read it and then I can even stamp it if you want. Or I can put it at the clerk's office for you to come in and sign, however you prefer.
Great. Carlo, do you want to have honors? Oh, you were muted.
Sure, Mark, thank you. All right, proclamation for Arbor Day. In 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And this holiday called Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska, and Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas trees reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our town increase property values, enhance the economic viability of business areas, beautify our community, and wherever they are planted are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. And whereas Reading has been recognized as a Tree City, USA by the National Arbor Day Foundation for over 30 years and desires to continue its tree planting ways. Now, therefore, we, the Select Board of the Town of Reading, Massachusetts, do hereby proclaim April 30th, 2021 as Arbor Day in the Town of Reading, and urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day and to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands and plant trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of this and future generations.
Awesome. Thanks, Carl. In the past, has this been a motion or is it just an agreement? Sorry, I timed myself out. Has this been a motion or is it just the board agrees to sign?
In the past, it's just been read as a proclamation and then voted as a proclamation. And then, as Caitlin said, you know, she can sign it for you with a stamp, or you can come in and sign it at your choice.
Got it. Okay, so we should take a vote. Great. Okay, so Carlo, can I ask you to turn this into a motion for a vote?
Sure. Motion to approve to make Town of Reading Arbor Day on April 30th, 2021.
Is there a second? Thank you, Karen. Sorry to step on you. Any discussion? Not appearing. Let's do it. As I see you on the screen, Vanessa,
Yes.
Carlo,
Yes.
Karen,
Wholeheartedly, yes.
Anne,
Yes.
thanks, and Mark, yes. Is the board okay with Caitlin using our stamped signatures for this? I am. Yep. Okay, Anne, you all right with it?
Mark, I have a question.
Caitlin, you
Sure,
have them for all.
Yeah, go ahead, Vanessa, sorry.
I'm wondering if we're planning anything for Arbor Day this year. I realize it's short notice. I've participated in Arbor Days in other cities and towns, and to plant trees. It's quite lovely and nice. Throwing it out there, perhaps something for either trails or CONSCOM or forest committees to pick up. Could be a nice socially distanced outdoor event.
Cool. Would the best way be to ask them if they would be interested in having some activity and then getting some publicity around it? That sounds like it'd be a great way to do it. Cool. Who is the liaison to those groups? Karen, are you the liaison to CONSCOM?
Yes. Vanessa, did you just give me a to-do?
I gave you an exciting opportunity to bring something forward to CONSCOM, sure.
Exciting.
Okay.
And then I have to go and give them a to-do. How about I, oh.
It might be too short notice for this year. I mean, it's a month away, but you know, some things to plan for next year.
It's a wonderful idea, and it could be socially distant. I will reach out to them and ask them if they have anything planned. How about that?
Great. Awesome. Thanks. Next on our agenda is to appoint town accountant. Bob, anything you want to share other than the motion? I mean, I think we all know Sharon well. From my perspective, she's exceptional. Keeping us on the right path. She's been very open to sharing information, including when things go right and when things don't, and corrects them very swiftly. And I have absolutely no qualms in reappointing her.
No, I second all that, Mark. If you don't reappoint her, she doesn't have to come to work starting April 1st. And only Gail Dowd within the whole town knows how to do her job, at least much of her job. So I would request that you reappoint her, because we'd really be in a pickle without her.
So I have a motion here.
All right. Move to appoint Sharon Engstrom to town accountant with a term ending March 31st, 2022.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Karen. Any discussion? Not appearing. Let's take a vote. As I see you on the screen. Vanessa.
Yes.
Karen.
Yes, sorry.
Carlo.
Yes.
Anne.
Yes.
And Mark, yes. Welcome back, Sharon. You do have to come to work on April 1st.
I'll tell her. Thank you.
All right, next on our agenda, water tank project update. So we have a number of people. The number might be as high as like 6 or 8.
Or like 13.
Mark.
Vanessa, yes.
Mark, I apologize. I have a feeling this topic is going to go long. Could I request just a 5-minute break before we
Seems very
dive
reasonable.
head first?
Yeah, why don't we
Okay.
take a 5-minute break? Can we come back right on 9:30 and get going from there? Okay, so we will take a 5-minute break.
From a couple of the neighbors, if you didn't hear it, which is much appreciated.
Earlier, was a
Tonight,
meet. Oh, yeah.
half hour ago, 20 minutes ago, during public comment.
I was sitting in the waiting room.
Sorry, Vanessa, is that you or is that Ann? Sorry.
Vanessa, I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Thank you.
I am back too.
Great. Karen?
I'm back.
Awesome. Okay. Select Board is back in session. We're going to go now to a water tank update. Two parts for what we're going to talk about, listen to tonight. First, Ryan Percival, Town Engineer, kind of give a little bit of an update on what's happening. Board members, in your packet is a lot of the information in terms of what's going on. AT&T and T-Mobile both have a number of representatives in attendance at the meeting this evening as well to talk about proposed solution coverage. We also have Ivrea Freed is on as well as Town Council, as Town Council, for any questions that may come up. So the goal for tonight was really to get an update on the progress that's taking place, to understand a little bit more about the process that needs to happen, and to assure that as construction starts, we have a way to assure good quality communication for residents and also for public safety. So with that, I'll stop, and Ryan, let me hand it to you.
All these meetings are blending into one, so I'll try to make sure I'm making sense. Since our last time we met in our last update, we've been full steam ahead with the design. We've been meeting with, we've applied to CPDC, and we've been at 3 meetings so far. In those meetings, we've had a lot of back and forth, some great discussion with a lot of the residents. We've had a few issues come up that we've anticipated some new ones. One in particular was looking at the use of the site and seeing if we could reduce the actual footprint that we use operationally for the water tank, and then open up, I would say, the easterly side of the parcel for just from open use. Make it look nicer, really kind of rejuvenate the neighborhood. And so we have that in conjunction with dealing with lead paint that's in the soil. And so we've always planned to remediate that within the confines of the fence line. And as we move forward, we're looking to expand our sampling and sort of assess the area outside of the fence line into the easterly side of the parcel. We've also been moving forward with not only the tank design, but the radio tower. We have pieces of that already designed, and sort of moving forward with that. We had an assessment done by the tree warden on a lot of the trees on the site, particularly on the easterly side, but around the whole entire site in general. And we found that a lot of the trees were rotted or hollow. A lot of them are potentially hazardous and need to come down soon. So the trees that we were looking to save really are not healthy trees. So that changes things a lot for us, not necessarily in a bad way, could be into our benefit if we're looking to remediate the site. We were worried about cleaning around the trees. So I guess that's sort of the glass half full on that. But and the reason a lot of those trees, from what the tree warden had said, the reason a lot of those trees are rotted or not healthy is they've grown so close to each other. They were naturally planted and not specifically planted. So moving forward, we would make sure that the spacing of shade trees is appropriate, and different species and things like that. That's the site in general. We've met with the PBC as well. I think 2 meetings. We're going to our 3rd meeting on April 5th. We have a continued meeting with CPDC till April 12th. Don't hold me to those dates. If I think April 5th is the right one, and April 12th I'm a little shaky on, but needless to say, we think that should be our last meeting with CPDC, depending on how things go and if things change. So it's been very fluid as we move forward. We've had a lot of things pop up and a lot of changes that we've had to make, all for the good. and hopefully we'll be on track soon. After that process, and we're confident that that site is not going to change much, the DEP review will start, and we'll submit that in. And so once we're confident on DEP's evaluation of the site for the infrastructure, then we'll move forward and finalize that and place everything out to bid. In the meantime, we've also, on a separate note, we have met with the carriers a few times. Just recently, we've had a discussion with them based on our last discussion we've had with the board on how to move forward and what we needed to do to move forward to make sure we could remove the equipment off the tank and be able to replace our tank. And so we've had those discussions with them, trying to work through a lot of things. And I believe they submitted information in the packet as a response, and I'm sure they're here tonight and will be speaking. And so I think that's the 20,000-foot overview. I'm sure I might have missed something in between there, but I've been at so many meetings I can't remember who I've told what. So if you have any questions, I'm really happy to answer them.
Great. Let me, if I could, do two things. I can introduce some of the people that are joining from the carriers. I have a list that may be overly encompassing, but that's probably okay. I see Adam Braillard representing T-Mobile. I think we're going to have Ed Pear representing AT&T. I see Ed now. Thank you. Then we have, I think, 2 or 3 people from both T-Mobile and AT&T, ranging from radio frequency engineers, site acquisition specialists, construction engineering. I think that's kind of the group that we have here. So we've got a good group assembled. There were 2 things I was hoping that we could make sure we accomplished tonight. One is to understand how to assure 2 things. One, in terms of public safety, that we'll be able to create the infrastructure to assure that we do not lose communications for that. So specific to that, I know the chiefs are in the meeting as well, so that's one. And second, as it relates to residents and businesses that are in town that are customers of the carriers, to make sure that we have a solution so that the service is not going to suffer any kind of large degradation during the course of the construction. So why don't I pause with that? Are there board members that have questions for Ryan first? Then I was hoping, Ryan, you might be able to address the question of, I guess, the proposed solution, the latest proposed solution to assure those 2 things I just mentioned, public safety and customers, and then ask the carriers if they care to comment as well. Karen, I saw your hand go up.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. Mark, Ryan, I just want to thank you again. This is a big job managing resident input and multiple boards, including this one. And I appreciate your hard work, and I really like the way this plan is going, and keep it up. Thank you.
Vanessa.
I saw Bob's hand go up. Bob, I don't know if you want to go first.
Nope, go ahead.
All right. So I'd just like to echo Karen's remarks. Ryan, I know we've asked you to attend a lot of meetings recently, and we've made some really nice progress this past month. So thank you very much for everything you've been doing. I would ask that as we talk about the future use of potential free space for that portion on the right-hand side of the tower, I do think it's critical that we take necessary steps now to prepare that land, and that means identifying the remediation efforts and the cost. So I'm really happy with what I saw in the packet as far as the cell provider equipment and the temporary means of locating that equipment. And for next steps, I'd love to see more on what that remediation effort would look like. As far as the, I'm looking at you all on my screen. Hello and welcome the many cell provider representatives who are here. I don't have any comments, concerns, or questions regarding the proposal. I think it's great. I think it's exactly what we're looking for. And I would encourage us to move forward with the proposals that are included. So thank you all, gentlemen, for being here.
Thanks, Mark. I just want to follow a little further on part of Vanessa's remarks. Just keep in mind the town meeting has approved a certain product with certain scope. I think it's entirely reasonable, and I've spoken to Ryan about this, it's entirely reasonable to go outside the scope, to look at environmental concerns, to look at lead, to take down trees, and to prepare the site. But I do just want to caution everyone that whatever other wonderful ideas might follow are technically not funded by the project yet. So I just want to say that now before people get too excited and run down the road.
Bob, I agree, and thank you for pointing that out. I do think that, one of the things we consider when we do projects like this is, are there efforts that we can take now as part of this project that could potentially save us on funds down the line? So I agree. I think it's too soon for the board to commit to something like that. I think we need to take the necessary steps to understand what the cost is and what the labor is in order to put that proposal forward in a more concrete fashion. So I agree, and I'd love to have more information so we can make a better informed decision.
Awesome. Thanks, Vanessa. So Ryan, would it make sense to start with you in terms of perspective on kind of the proposed solution, and then ask if it's Adam and Ed if they would want to start the discussion from there?
Sure, and please jump in if I mess anything up with the carriers. But I believe the proposed solution was a ballasted monopole provided by one of the carriers or all the carriers, which would support their equipment, and then also, I believe, support town radio equipment as well. It's similar to where we were maybe a few years ago with what we had proposed, and then certainly within the scope of the RFP that we had out about a year ago. And so, without getting into too much detail, I think there's obviously going to be a question between a license versus a lease, and I believe this is a leasing issue, as mentioned before in some emails. And so, that being said, that moving forward with a solution in that manner would require an RFP process, and so we would look at having to draft that in a certain way to allow a project like that to happen. Certainly, if I've misspoke there at all, please correct me, Ivrea. But I think that was where we stood on leasing versus license, correct?
Yeah, it's our office's position that the safest course of action for the town is to execute a lease agreement. So like Ryan said, that would require an RFP process and town meeting approval. I think it is feasible to do all of that before town meeting and call a special within the annual. So I don't want getting those documents in line to be the reason that that doesn't move forward. So I want to kind of alleviate any concerns on that end. We think we could move quickly enough, but it's our position that a lease would be required here.
Thank you. And then also looking at that solution, we've looked at the areas to the left-hand side of the parcel for our solution, and moving forward with a larger array of cell equipment that opens up the footprint a little bit more than what we were looking at for our whips. And so we would be looking at maybe possibly a different location based on our review for the engineering and what that tower may or may not look like, because we are jam-packed on that left-hand side. And if now we're looking at those trees that we were trying to save in the left-hand corner, but now really are not healthy enough to save, that opens up that land in the back corner, so that is available to use. So that'll be a discussion that we'll have to have on the placement of said structure. And so I think it's a viable solution. I think it certainly addresses the loss of coverage, which has been a concern of at least of mine, and I know of a lot of other staff and also the board. So I think it's a great solution moving forward. And I echo what Ivrea said. I think we can get this out in a timely fashion, at least the first pieces of it, to get it moving forward.
Awesome. Would it make sense to ask, I don't know, Adam or Ed, or who the right first people would be to speak, but we'd love for you to kind of address what we're talking about here, how it would move forward. And again, from my perspective, very important that we don't have this loss of coverage that we're concerned about.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So Adam deferred for age. And as you can see, I'm much older than Adam is, so I get to go first. My name is Ed Perry. I'm an attorney at Brown Rudnick, and I am outside counsel to AT&T. And we have been working with Ryan, Bob, and the town to address the anticipated coverage loss and to avoid the anticipated coverage loss. We did send each of us, I represent AT&T, Adam represents T-Mobile. I'm wondering if the board would be willing if I punched up our presentation so that we could use some nifty maps that we provided and explain what we're looking to do and coverage that we're looking to make.
Ed, if it's helpful, I could share that screen.
That would be fine. Thank you, Bob.
Hopefully I'm sharing the right screen, so you know.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, that's perfect. So just to, I've heard some of the comments, and obviously we're encouraged this evening to, hear the board, members of the board and some of the neighbors are concerned with the loss in coverage. Just to give everyone a little bit of perspective, some of these numbers that actually surprised me a bit. So just for AT&T on the water tank, its facility, on average every month we have 250,000 unique customer devices attaching to the facility, and that consists of some 446,000 voice calls, and as we mentioned here, 217 911 calls placed between November and March. Likewise, I don't know what a terabyte is, but they tell me that the site has services 15.7 terabytes, and the issue that caught my eye was about 14,500 1-hour Zoom calls. So, that's what 15.7 terabytes would equal. So, there's a tremendous amount of traffic going through AT&T's network from this site. And so, we're trying to find a means to satisfy the town, be a good neighbor, deal with the rebuilding of the water tank. And so back in early March, when we learned of the timing of the demolition of the water tank, we've been scrambling to put together a proposal, and we think what we've done hopefully satisfies not only the board, but the residents and all the customers, including public safety. Bob, if you could scroll down one. So I don't know if the board's familiar with these maps. We typically provide these to planning boards and zoning boards, but this is the AT&T current coverage with the facility on the water tank. So we're always trying to get the strongest coverage possible. Obviously, you can only build so many sites, but as you'll see, we're looking to get either purple or blue. I'm not sure how it's showing up on your screen. But purple or blue is the best, strongest coverage, provides the highest speeds in the AT&T network. The next level, so you'll see that that's the smallest footprint. The next level out is kind of that off green color. That's strong coverage. So you'll have, good signal both inside buildings, inside vehicles. Obviously outside would be fine. Then we have what we call marginal coverage, which is the red. And lastly, where we have limited to no coverage, it's kind of that dark green where you can see the kind of the topography in this slide. If you just scroll down a little bit, Bob. So this would be the coverage if AT&T lost this facility or had the facility went dark. You'll see that, excellent. Smack in the middle there, just above where the Route 28 sign would be. All of that dark green area would have limited or no coverage. So we'd lose all of the coverage for those customers. And you can see we put this on On a street map, a topography map, you can see the streets and the residences and businesses, schools, et cetera, that would lose coverage. The red would be marginal coverage, so you may be able to maintain a call, but it would be most likely outside where there's no obstruction. And you can see it just creates a giant hole smack in the middle of AT&T's network. So if we could scroll down, Bob. So we took a look at the town site plan to try to come up with a solution. We know, obviously, the RFP didn't work out. But looking at the town's proposal based on the plans that we received from Ryan, we dug in and tried to come up with a solution that doesn't, impact the town's proposed installation of its emergency tower for emergency communications. At the same time, being respectful of neighbors, obviously, who are close by. We understand that the middle 25 by 25 foot square area to the left of the proposed right there is where the town was going to put up, I think, 125 foot temporary tower. So we scoured the inventory and we found that we could get what we call a ballast tower. It's a temporary tower. It would fit within that 25 by 25 foot space, so that if the town were going to install something there, we wouldn't be increasing the footprint. I know that there have been lots of discussions about cell on wheels to come in as a temporary facility. Some of those devices require guy wires or trailers for the equipment cabinets for the carriers. And seeing just understanding the small footprint here and how tight all of the equipment, water tank, construction area is, we thought the best solution would be one of these ballast towers. It'll fit within the 25 by 25 foot area that the town was going to use. The footprint itself is only 20 by 20. So we won't be any more disruptive than what was going to be installed as part of the plan that the town proposed. Now, the tower doesn't necessarily have to go there. We were just trying to work within the parameters of what the town was doing to be the least disruptive. If we could scroll down one more, Bob. So this is our alternative temporary solution. We would come in with a ballast pole. By ballast, the base of the pole would be weighted. There would not be a foundation. So it wouldn't be a permanent facility. We would bring it in. We can get it in there within days. We can remove it within days. As I said, it would be minimally disruptive to the property. Wouldn't be permanent, which I think some folks in the area may be concerned with, and probably one of the biggest benefits is that the cost would be paid by the carriers. AT&T and T-Mobile have had discussions about coming to a resolution so that both of us can maintain the critical coverage here. So we're going to design the pole to handle AT&T's antennas, handle T-Mobile's antennas, and handle the public safety, I believe they use whip antennas on this pole. It'll provide replacement coverage that's adequate for AT&T. I'll let Adam speak to T-Mobile, of course. As I mentioned, it'll be a smaller footprint than a cell on wheels. The other thing that we can do with these is we can install the equipment cabinets on the slab so that we don't have to bring trailers in. If we could scroll down again, Bob. And lo and behold, we do have one of these installations at UMass in Boston. So this is I chose a few photographs just to give a sense of what the pole would look like. The antenna configuration at the top would probably be somewhat different based on the structural analysis and the code that we would be using. I'm not sure we're going to get an antenna array like that, so it may be a little bit tighter fit. But if we get the sense that the board is amenable to doing something like this, we'll obviously work with Ryan and the town and the public safety folks for town communications to come up with an actual design of the pole, where the carriers would be located, where public safety antennas would go. The photo in the middle just shows the footprint. You'll see that the steel beams that I talked about, that's the 20 by 20 footprint. It's put on crushed stone, and that's what produces the 25 by 25. And then they use these concrete pads that sit on top, and you can see on the photo on the right that the bolts come up, and that's where the monopole will be attached. Bob, if I could trouble you one more time. So we just laid out in a schematic where the pole would be going to in relationship to the parcel, and on the left is just an assessor's map with the depiction of where the tower would be, the temporary tower would be. Again, we can make adjustments to the location. I know there's town equipment or a town shed that's there, and we can work around that. We just need that 25 by 25 foot space, whether it's to the left or north or south of that. That's something that we can deal with. It wasn't my last request, Bob, if you go one more. So I heard town council mention, our sense was that, this would, qualify for a license agreement. I'm not here to give the town legal advice. You can seek advice from town council, but we felt that we could use a license agreement so that it would be a terminable agreement and avoid the need for the RFP, because it was going, there's no foundation. It would be more of a use agreement than a lease agreement, but I understand you have to take your advice from town council. If it's possible to give some thought to that, we could possibly avoid a lengthy process with an RFP and a lease. But again, I'll defer there. We would be comfortable with proceeding with the lease agreement. Likewise, we understand that an RFP for the permanent installation, where we go back on the water tank, is forthcoming. We do want to make sure that the water tank will be available for us. We have no sense of doubt about that, but certainly something we want to see continue to move forward. And obviously the temporary installation would avoid a very significant catastrophic loss in coverage for AT&T. With that, I'll turn it over to Adam if that makes sense at this point, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thanks very much, Ryan and Bob, for listening to us for a long time now. Bob, if you wouldn't mind sharing your screen again, that would be really helpful. And I'm going to go through a very similar presentation, but Ed really laid the groundwork there, so I'm really going to keep it specific to T-Mobile and Sprint in connection with their coverage concerns. So next slide will demonstrates the coverage challenges here, or what's current. So there's basically a total of almost 370,000 total calls between T-Mobile and Sprint in this area in a given month. That doesn't, the next data point, which is the 911 calls, I didn't have the Sprint data the other when we provided this, but I did get it yesterday. So this about 312 T-Mobile 911 calls in any given year, or in the last 65 days in this case. The Sprint number is 246. So a total of about 558 911 calls between those two carriers in the last year. The average monthly volume from T-Mobile and Sprint combined is about 22 terabytes, which is how Ed described it, is how I would as well. 15,000 1-hour Zoom calls. So a ton of data rolling through these two carriers' equipment in any given month. If you want to scroll down to the coverage plots, that'd be helpful. These are similar to AT&T's. This shows T-Mobile's coverage and the existing coverage here. So it shows good in building, in resident, in vehicle coverage all along that area. It's about 2 miles to 2 kilometers in an area. And then the next slide shows what the coverage would look like if this site on the water tank was not operational at dark. So you can see there becomes a significant gap in the reliable coverage, especially in building and in residence and in building areas. So clearly we would see a significant gap in T-Mobile's coverage. And then the next two slides, Ed went over these. T-Mobile, so the board knows, T-Mobile and Sprint have merged, and the result would be a T-Mobile/Sprint installation. So one installation for the two carriers. So that carrier, we'll call them T-Mobile now, or the new T-Mobile, would install on the temporary tower that would be installed by AT&T in sharing that cost. So this is the same slide that Ed showed, same style. These are actually from AT&T's presentation. And I think the final is very similar. And I know Ed touched on it. We felt that a license agreement would be more prudent and practical for this particular temporary solution. However, it does sound like town council has thought and discussed this, and T-Mobile the new T-Mobile would also be amenable to either the license or a lease, and then would also request that the town issue a new RFP for installation on the new water tank in parallel.
Thanks, Adam. Can I ask two questions and open it up to other board members as well? And Ryan, the first question may be to you, and then with assistance. In terms of the public safety equipment, whether it's transmitters or antennas, whatever they are, is it the existing equipment that we'd be putting up there? And no, it wouldn't. Okay. Good.
No. Because we don't want to have a gap in coverage, number one, we would put up separate equipment. And number two, the equipment's older and we don't want to damage it as it's coming down. So it would be brand new.
Great. Can we assure the chiefs that on this ballast tower with that new equipment, that they're going to be in at least as good shape as they are now for communications?
Yes. Yeah, we proposed a 125-foot pole, somewhere around there, whatever the standard height would have been. And so, with this 140, I think we would be fine.
Great, thanks. And then the second question relates to, given that there's not a poured foundation going on with this ballast pole, what are the safety considerations that would need to be thought about here, and what information can you share with the board to kind of confirm?
So I would be looking at how wind loading and what type of tiered loads they put on there, if it was tier 2 or tier 3, and basically all that is the highest tier loading deals more with more ice accumulation on the structure and a higher wind load. So we would be looking at something along those lines just to make sure, as we get closer to those property lines, we want to really make sure that we don't fall into a failure like that. So that's what we were looking at. Things were a little bit different for a foundation for us because renting of a ballast was not cost effective as opposed to putting in a foundation for us. So we were looking at it as a cost savings too. So I'd have to go through the engineering and see their calculations and have their structurals sign off on all that. So, and we would also have our consultant take a look at the design proposal.
Great. I see the chiefs are on. Hello, chiefs. Questions that you folks might have at this point that you want to pose?
Just that it's really important for us to keep our communications without any loss of coverage, and both fire and police each have 2 transmitters, one for our main radio that we use every day, but also to contact our mutual aid partners. And then the other thing that's on there too is a school department radio. So that has to be factored in as well.
And so we would have room for all of what Chief Burns just talked about, as well as the AT&T and the T-Mobile equipment on that one tower. I guess that was a statement. It was more a question. Sorry.
I feel as though we would, yes. When we had proposed something like this a year ago and we looking at it 2 years ago, all the equipment would have fit. And so we have an inventory of what we need for our equipment. We're happy to share that. And I think we have shared it with a few of the group already. And so we'll work and to make sure that we don't have any loss of coverage, especially on our equipment. That just can't happen. So.
Chief Clark, any questions or comments?
Yeah, particularly Fire Chief, our concern would be the loss of the radios. For example, our school resource officers carry a police radio and the school radios when they're in the schools. And that would be a concern of ours if they lost any ability to communicate, especially if situations going on. And our concern would also be any loss of cell service. I'm not sure if you're aware, but most households don't have a landline anymore. They actually use their cell phones, and are concerned with the loss of people losing cell coverage, the impact on 911. I'm not even sure how to quantify that, to be honest with you, but the ability for people to call about a car accident, if there's an injury at the soccer field, the football field, the baseball field, our ability to run a scene, our laptops and the cruisers actually run off an air card provided by a wireless service. And the ability to ping. We work very well with all the cell carriers. We have an emergency number we can call in. If we have a missing person, a missing child, and a missing adult, we can actually ping the cell phones. And that could really affect the location. Right now, it's narrowed down to a very small area, but losing that cell tower, our concern would be, are we pinging off of a cell tower in North Reading, for example? And instead of looking at a small 500-foot area, are we looking at maybe over a mile now of trying to ping to a cell phone? If somebody called 911, if somebody's in distress, somebody's lost in the woods, that's be our concern, is the impact on our ability to service the community and how it impacts 911, not only just our operations and how we function, but also the public be able to reach out to us. And that's why it'd be a significant concern of ours to lose any type of coverage.
Sorry, I said I was done with questions. Can I ask one more? Sorry. Ask the chair. Is it okay? Yeah, okay. What quality of service will we be getting from AT&T and T-Mobile with the antennas mounted on that? I keep calling it a boom. Sorry, on the monopole. Are we getting similar or better? What I don't want to hear is it's going to be somewhat worse.
Yeah, I mean, it should be similar to what we're getting. I mean, the existing water tank, I believe, is 115 feet, which is why we need the additional height to get up to 140, to allow the town to have their equipment at approximately the same height as what they were looking at. But there are some limitations. The pole can only handle so much loading. So we're going to have to work with the town public safety officials. Obviously, they're the baseline. It's public safety. That's what this stuff's all about. So once their loading is complete, then the carriers will have to look to see, what can we deal with loading wise. There's going to be limitations. We're not going to get the same number of antennas up on, a ballast mounted pole that we have on the water tank, or they would have on a, permanent installation. We have, 9 antennas in a full array standing off the monopole. So I'd expect the design to look something tighter to the pole, where the antennas would be tighter. When that happens, you're reducing antennas. There's some reduction in, coverage capability, but, we're hoping we'll have comparable coverage once we design around public safety, at least for AT&T, and I'll defer to Adam on T-Mobile.
Adam.
Yes, Mr. Chair, same answer. The height will be a benefit, and being able to see over the existing tank while that's being redeveloped. The capacity would be, or could be, the challenge if the same array is not consistent, or the temporary array is not consistent with what's existing on site. That's something that as Ed said, we could work with Ryan and the staff on how to design that and make it tighter to the pole, but still keep the coverage and capacity that's comparable to what's there.
Other board members, questions, comments? Carl.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks, everyone. A couple of questions to the carriers, Ed and Adam. Thank you. Not the first time you've done this, obviously, in a town or a city. If there's, I don't hear 100% confidence in the coverage, and I guess there's a lot of unknowns. Is there anything that you've done in the past or can do with us, with other equipment, to make sure the signal and especially our public safety has the same amount of coverage? I mean, is it common that if something decreases 10% in one area, you can adapt and augment and whatever you want to call it on other equipment nearby to reduce that, to increase that?
I don't want to, our understanding is that public safety obviously has first priority. So I think they're going to get they're going to get what they have now. We may face some limitations, and it'll be up to our RF engineers to get creative, to try to fine tune other locations that might, assist in doing that, or, to do something else temporarily if we need to. But our RF engineers are, confident that a pole at 140, assuming that, the design works, and we'll come back to the board if it, becomes complicated or, we see too much risk in losing some coverage. But we're going to do the best we can to duplicate what we have.
Thank you. And one other question, I don't know who can answer this, Ryan or anyone, with the 140-foot proposed tower, either in that corner or where you proposed it, are there any structures that are in the fall zone if, God forbid, something happens?
Yes, there are. I think if you were to look at the plan and just saw that 75-foot laydown area, which is that circle, and then you could just double that and kind of figure that's the fall zone. With the site this tight, there's no way around being in a fall zone. And we knew that even with our equipment and our proposed tower. So that's why we would be looking at those loadings and making sure structurals are looking at them, and we're making sure it's the safest possible structure that can be put up. So we would work with the carriers and their structural engineers and along with our consultant engineer to make sure that that would happen.
Thank you.
Vanessa.
Thanks, Mark. Gentlemen, thanks for the explanation and for the presentations. They were helpful. This was proposed previously. We were looking for something like this, so thank you. This addresses all of our issues. To reassure the residents who I know are watching this with interest, could any of you speak to examples of when a monopole of this type has fallen? Have there been any cases in all of your experience of a pole of this nature falling down?
I don't, oh, sorry, go ahead, Ed.
When you say falling, like from the base?
Yeah, so when we talk about a 140-foot fall zone, I mean, that encompasses, dozens of houses in the area. So I trust the structural integrity of this is such that this isn't something we are worried about. So to reassure residents, in all of your experience, has one of these poles ever fallen down?
I have not seen any, circumstance where a maintained pole has fallen from the base so that you have a full 140-foot laydown. I'd see a lot of twisting, like when they go through hurricanes, you'll get towers that twist. You don't have, again, unless it's breaking off at the base, which means it wasn't installed, it wasn't maintained properly, and typically they're done by third-party non-carrier entities. I have not seen any circumstance, and the way, if you think about, and I'm not an engineer, I think we have one on the call if there are more questions, but when I think about, the weight of everything is up at the top where the antennas are, that's where the wind loads are. So that's where it's going to begin to bend once that wind hits the top sail, if you will, of all that stuff hanging off it. That's where the tower is going to start to bend. This is what I've heard, over the last 23 years of doing this from all of our structural engineers, that they're designed to code. We will over design this as we do with towers that we place next to buildings, on buildings, next to schools, on interstate highways. In my experience, I have never seen one fail except for instances where it wasn't installed or wasn't maintained at the base. They typically crumple at the top. I don't know, Adam, I don't know if Corey wants to weigh in here or if you want to give any experience you've seen.
Yeah, so maybe I can introduce, so my experience with these types of poles, I've never seen this type of pole, Dallas type fail in any capacity. But Corey Sullivan is with Advanced Engineering, who's been engaged by AT&T, I believe AT&T, but certainly T-Mobile to design the pole. Corey, I don't know if you can speak to the integrity, the structural integrity of the pole. If you can go off mute.
So I don't know if we necessarily need the engineering view, but given my colleagues sort of raising the concern of these falling, my hope is just to, in your experience, these don't just fall down.
That's correct. No, they do not.
Excellent. Okay. Love it. Thank you.
Thanks, Vanessa. Karen.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Ed and Adam, for coming in and for bringing Corey and Radu and everybody else. I'm looking at that graph, and even with the current antennas and cells, in precinct 8, which is the north end of town, where I'm a town meeting member, we have marginal coverage. So what I'm wondering about, I know your industry is changing rapidly. So what is the lifespan of this kind of equipment on our new water tower? Is it 5 years? Is it 3 years? Is this going to transition to a 5G? And I was pretty excited that you had an engineer on there. And is there anything that we should be thinking of? With all due respect to Chief Clark, the people that do have cell phones rely on Wi-Fi and Fios to get their calls made in this town. I mean, all over, and you can see by those maps, directly around that cell tower, you have good coverage. And I saw a lot of marginal areas. So most of the coverage is marginal, and a lot of people in town only use their cell phones because they also have Wi-Fi. So I'm just wondering about the future of where the technology is going and what we can be thinking about as a community. And I do appreciate you both coming to be good neighbors, and I thank you for that.
So, what I'm seeing in the industry as far as the future and, the 5G, coming forward, we're doing a lot of small cell installations. Now, we have been working kind of on the periphery with Reading Municipal Light Department on a number of, we call them node locations. So these are small antennas that are typically installed on the top of utility poles with a cabinet, kind of a cable TV size cabinet on the middle of the pole, and we bring fiber and electric. So that's where a lot of this fill-in is going to take place, so that the AT&T can densify its network and provide coverage, in pockets of area which are either difficult to cover because of topography, or it's just not possible to put up a 120-foot pole, monopole. A lot of communities, as we've handled the roadways and the highways, we're now looking to get into the neighborhoods, and not surprisingly, we run into a little bit of opposition when we introduce a 120-foot monopole at the end of a cul-de-sac. So there are going to have to be a lot more sites to densify the network to achieve 5G some point in the future. I think in our discussions with Ryan, the town is planning to incorporate wireless facilities into the water tank itself, which to me is a win-win and a home run, because we don't have to go up there and try to modify it later and try to, bring a technology and attachment, methodologies to something that we weren't involved in. So we are committed to working with the town to come up with a solution that works for the water tank, that we can, use, good, engineering to do the attachments. But yeah, I mean, there's still need in Reading. There's still need throughout the Commonwealth. And I guess that's what keeps Adam and I busy many nights a week.
Thank you. And so this type of cell on this type of water tower, is it going to sunset in the near term, or do you see that happening?
So I would say, sorry, Ed.
Yep.
From T-Mobile's perspective, once the new tank is installed, T-Mobile effectively will install a 5G cell site so that it would be capable of that capacity.
Okay.
But that's what T-Mobile's build plan is across the New England and Massachusetts and in the area. They really want to maximize all their existing cell sites to account for the upcoming technology and capacity concerns, as well as coverage.
Thank you. That's great.
Anne, do you have any comments?
I think my colleagues have asked the questions that I would have, so thank you.
Great. Chiefs, any other questions from your perspective?
No, just to echo that the coverage is really important to us, and like the cell phone carriers, in-building coverage is really important. Can't suffer any loss. And I also do agree with Chief Clark that we have air cards in iPads in our trucks, and we also want the residents to be able to access them. All of those things are important to us. Thanks for thinking of us with this project. It's important that we maintain our current level.
And echo Chief Burns, I said thank you. Like I said, our biggest concern is to be able to service the residents. And if they need us, they call us, we can get there and get them the help they need. And like any loss of service, it's important for us to have it there. So we appreciate being invited and being able to participate in this as well. So thank you.
Thank you guys for coming. Anything else that we should be talking about with all present?
The only other thing that comes to mind is we'll have to call a special within the annual. So the select board will need to sign a warrant. So we'll need to set another meeting because your April meeting is too late. Your end of April meeting is too late. So that's the only immediate pressing need that I think this board needs to consider from my perspective.
Okay, great. Any last comments for anybody?
I would just like to express our appreciation on behalf of AT&T to the entire board for hearing us out, being concerned about maintaining coverage, and would love to see the board create the path forward so we know where we have a direction to move. We have been scouring for alternative plans, not knowing with certainty what was going to happen this evening. So if we could solidify a path forward, it would alleviate a lot of burden and a lot of late nights by folks working on AT&T to try to find something else, which is probably going to aggravate a lot of people when we think we have a great solution here, and hopefully the board would agree. And I appreciate the time and attention. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Bob.
Just a question for Ivrea. Would you suggest the board take any action with a motion and a vote?
Yeah, I would suggest that if the board does want to move forward with the proposal outlined in the packet, that they vote to authorize Bob to issue an RFP for locating a ballast tower on the site of the current water tank to support both the town's equipment and cell carrier equipment.
Sorry, I was writing as fast as I could.
Me too. Caitlin, what did you do? Issue an RFP,
I can try to take.
locate a temporary ballast tower. I think I added the word temporary to
Yeah,
support.
that's fine.
On the side of the
town
water
and
tank
carrier equipment.
to support town and carrier equipment. Yep, exactly.
Right.
Carlo, can I ask you to make that motion? The-
Sure. So is it not to approve an RFP, issue an RFP, correct?
Authorize, yep. Authorize the town manager to issue an RFP for a ballast tower on the site of the water tank to support the town and I guess we want to be specific, AT&T and T-Mobile equipment? Nope, carrier equipment. Carrier equipment.
Motion
So
to
moved.
approve the town manager authorize an RFP for a temporary tower located at the water tank site for public safety, town equipment, and cell carrier equipment to be installed on the site.
Is there a second?
Second.
Here you have a
Sorry, a friendly amendment. We should probably say authorize an RFP to lease. Sorry, let me just type something up really fast.
once you've typed once you share it, please. As everybody's typing, let me thank you folks all for joining us tonight. We clearly were very concerned about this, are very concerned about this, and appreciate your spending time with us, explaining and answering our questions. And as a board member, looked at the packet, I remember calling Bob and I kind of said, so this looks like it's going to address most of our concerns. Am I missing something? So appreciate it. Doesn't seem like that's the case. So that's great.
It's been a long time coming.
Mm-hmm.
Bob, I just sent it to you. I'm not sure who's controlling the share screen feature.
Oh, I think it may be open, but.
Unfortunately, if you send it in chat, there's no way to cut and paste that or share it.
Oh, okay. Can I just say it really slowly, Mark, or?
That's fine. I think it's for Caitlin most importantly, or maybe we could send it to, we could say it slowly now and then send it.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can, but
it doesn't work well.
No, it just doesn't work.
Okay, that's fine. I can send it to Caitlin.
You didn't type it into a Word doc by any chance, did you, Evia?
No.
Thought I'd ask.
So should I read it, Mark?
Yes, please.
Okay. Move to authorize the town manager to issue an RFP for the lease of a portion of the current water tank site for the temporary installation of a ballast tower for cell carrier and town equipment.
I'm comfortable with that. Ann?
Just getting ready to.
Oh, sorry. I'm anticipating when I hear clicking. So, Carla, can we just do a so moved?
That's what I was thinking. So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Karen got a second. Thank you. Any further discussion? All right, we will take a roll call vote as I'm seeing you folks on the screen. Carlo?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Ann?
Yes.
Mark, yes. Thank you, folks. Bob?
Yeah, I should have thought of this earlier. If we're going to issue an RFP, there's 2 carriers here tonight that will bid, but there's another carrier that may bid. How do we handle this?
So it sounds like there are 2 questions. One is to confirm that the tower will have the capacity, were that to be the case. And the second would be, it sounded like the motion language was not.
Yeah, the motion didn't preclude that, but the discussion has been centered around, 2 carriers plus the town's equipment, and given this height, given the load. And I just want to, alert everyone in the room to the possibility that an RFP may elicit other interest.
Exactly. So, I mean, the town will create a proposal that reflects its needs, and any carrier is welcome to submit a response. And then, as Ryan and Allison know, they'll review the proposals and choose the proper one in accordance with 30B. This is the reason that 30B exists, is to make sure that the town is put in the best position that it needs to be in. So, we welcome any responses, whether they're from the carriers that are here tonight or another carrier.
And then one other question in terms of an RFP related to the new tank. I assume we do not have to take that up tonight, but that's something we'll take separately. And then the last piece would be in terms of the board wanting to call a special meeting. We need to call a meeting and then at that meeting sign a warrant to have the special meeting. Okay.
Yeah, and there's just one article as of now, so it shouldn't take us too long to pull together a draft. And we don't need to identify the winning bidder in the article or even the motion. It can just be subject to, an RFP process. So we don't need to know who will be the ultimate winner.
Fantastic. Thank you, everybody. I think we got it covered. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ryan, for your Herculean work here too. This has been very, very helpful.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thanks all. All right, board members, you have to stay. Next on our agenda, energy policy discussion. So from Climate Advisory, is David in the waiting room? Hey, David, we have to figure out a way to get you earlier into our agendas going forward. Oh, you are on mute still, though. There you go.
There we go.
Great. So we're here. Okay, so thanks. So what we talked about is kind of energy policy discussion. As I understood it, you can correct me. One of the issues is to offer some advice to the CAB as it relates to, make sure I'm getting it right, in terms of biomass and clean fuels. Am I on the right track here?
Yep. I think you're right on it. I've got a presentation. Do you want me to show it, or would?
So is this what you previously sent to the board?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So you've seen it. I wasn't gonna. I can just talk to the. I didn't want to go through everything because we don't need to, at this hour, we don't need to talk about all the problems with biomass, right?
Right.
What I really wanted to get to was just what would I like to see the board do about it? Right?
Please. Yep.
Okay. So really the purpose of this conversation is to get the board to weigh in as opposing woody biomass as an electrical fuel source in Reading and RMLD, and to start to use the cab as our vehicle to communicate that. I mean, we don't need to talk, this board does not need to talk directly to the RMLD Board of Commissioners. We need to go to our cab representative who negotiates with other cab representatives and makes recommendations to the Board of Commissioners. And that's sort of the way it's supposed to operate. And that's what we're recommending. So you've seen, I mean, things have kind of quieted down lately, but you've seen the flurry and of newspaper articles and sort of bad feelings about RMLD, signing up for a contract for biomass fuels out of the Palmer Renewable Energy plant in Springfield. And there were a lot of issues with that, from equity to greenhouse gases. And I don't really need, I hope I don't need to go through all that, but I'd be willing to go through all that. I really want to get on to where we are. So when we sent you the material, which was, I sent it about a month ago, the story's about 2 months old. RMLD was both signed up with this contract, and we were very much struggling with the issue of whether biomass might become a renewable energy source. And the board actually sent a letter opposing that. And that's all terrific.
Right. State delegation.
So things have improved quite a bit since then. The most important improvement is that the RMLD has updated its procedures, its policies, I should say, so that they reject woody biomass as a clean energy source for greenhouse gases or for renewable energy, even if the law permits it, or even if the RPS regulation permits it. So if going down the road, either like 5 years from now in the law or next week or something in the RPS, if the state says, well, we think we're going to issue credits for this, RMLD has said we are not going to count it. So in many ways, we've won that end of the argument. That does not stop the state discussion going forward. There's still a lot of if it's not in the Reading papers, it's definitely in the state papers, and it's definitely in the legislature to continue this argument. DOER has not presented this recommendation in the legislature yet. So, it's still very much a front burner issue, but I think it's not a front burner issue for us. What remains for us is that we still have this contract with the Springfield plant. So while we may not be willing, we may not sign up for woody biomass electricity as a renewable source, we could end up signing up for it as a dirty source, right? We could say, well, we're still got 10 years worth of buying to do because we have a contract and we know it's worse than coal, but hey, what you gonna do, right? That's what I don't want to get to. I don't want to get to this, oh, well, it is what it is. And so I would like the board to endorse a policy, and it was in the form of a resolution in the material that I sent you that says that because of all the issues with woody biomass, including all the environmental issues, and include that this board opposes the use of woody biomass power in Reading. And further that we communicate that then to our representative on the cab. That just means we are not done with this issue. We are not tired of this issue. We are going to continue to push this issue. RMLD has attempted to do that. They are in some discussions about how they might relieve themselves of some of this responsibility, but I don't want them to get complacent or think because it's, you know, it's not in the Chronicle that it doesn't matter anymore. I think it needs to matter. This is an open issue as long as we buy this woody biomass. Maybe it'll all fall apart. The plant is not built. They've been trying to build it for 10 years. If they don't build it by March of 2023, our contract is null and void anyway. We may never get the renewable energy credits approved at the state. It may be a financial no-go for them, but regardless of all that hopeful stuff, I think the board should just say, we don't want this particular source. Now, I also included in that packet Senator Lewis's statement, which is a very well-written statement and includes a lot more some positive elements about, you know, using clean energy and how we endorse all that. Maybe the board would prefer a more elaborate statement of like that. But at the bottom line, I would like the board to just to say we don't want biomass in Reading. I think that's about it, really. I mean, I can answer questions as much as you want, but that's kind of the elevator speech for it.
Why don't we entertain questions from the board, and if there is a resolution that you're asking us to look at that was part of that last packet or wherever, probably it'll make sense to show that. But first, let me open to board questions or comments.
Sure.
Vanessa.
I don't have any questions. David, thank you for bringing this forward. I would be in favor of a resolution. I don't have it immediately handy, so if we could put it on the screen, that would be great, but I wholeheartedly endorse this. So thank you.
Karen?
I agree. And David, thank you for the update of that information about the contract with RMLD as well, and for putting this together. And yes, I was just digging through this email. So if you can put the resolution up on the screen, I'm ready. Thank you.
Carl.
I have a quick question for David. David, thank you. If for some reason this plant gets built, does that mean RMLD has to abide by the contract?
Yes, it does. If it gets built by, as I said, 2023, it could get built rather quickly. But like I did say, they've been struggling to do this for a long time, and financially, the plant doesn't make sense really without the renewable energy credits. But if somehow, if DOER pushes that regulation change through, and they could be off and running, and then we would be signed up, and maybe RMLD can offload that responsibility somehow, that commitment. But I would just hate for us to be in a position where Reading is buying 25% of this plant's output, because when you look at the press on this thing, they never say, really RMLD signed up for this, or the four towns. It's Reading signed up for this. And if you look across the state of Massachusetts, a very large number of the light boards in the state are the town select boards. So it's entirely reasonable for anybody in any part of Massachusetts to say, well, if Reading, signed up for this, I mean, that probably means the select board signed up for it. So it does. It's not as much at arm's length as we might hope it is. You want to just show this thing?
No, thank you. I just wanted to, I kind of surmised that, but I get what you're saying, and I totally understand it. And so it seems like it is going in the right direction, as you said, when you opened up, even as far as the state goes, correct?
Well, the state is kind of on hold on this question, but our RMLD is trying to make progress.
Right. That's what I meant. Yeah, thank you.
I think this is also a good example, by the way. Just I think engaging with the CAB. None of the select boards engage with their CAB members, so they are really just doing up-down votes on things that the management team presents to them. I think it'd be really healthy for us to tell our CAB member, this is what we're looking for. He's just one person, he's not going to make it happen necessarily, but our one person is pretty influential actually on that CAB. And I think it'd be good if we want to have policies and to line up with our green communities goals and and some of the other things that we're doing. This is the kind of thing that's just another brick in that wall, you know, to say our energy policy is known and communicated through the CAB.
David, are you able to share that resolution you're asking us to look at?
Sure, can I share my screen? Oh, yep. Okay. Okay, can you see that?
Yes.
Yes. There was just an article in the Wall Street Journal today comparing gas vehicles and electric vehicles. And one of the things I noted was that there's a lot more wind and water, renewable energy available on the West Coast. So that's something we need to work towards on this coast versus other parts of the country.
I agree.
Anyone have any questions on the recommendation here? Not seeing any. Give me one more second to read it through just to make sure. And then Bob, do you think this should this be a board vote as a motion, do you think? Or is it just because we're talking to our CAB rep who we appoint, right?
That's a hard question.
Hmm.
I kind of think the board has to vote if you want to speak as a group.
Yeah, so if in doubt, let's just do it. Okay. Carlo, can I ask you to make, I guess, the motion to accept this directive? I'm not quite sure what it is.
Should I just refer to it?
Recommendation
Okay,
or biomass policy.
Yeah, maybe just that, Carlo.
So should I use the word recommend or approve?
Approve.
Approve? Okay. Motion to approve the biomass policy recommendation presented by the Climate Advisory Committee.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Karen. Any further discussion? None appearing. Let's take a vote. As I see you on the screen, Karen,
Yes.
Vanessa,
Yes.
Carlo,
Yes.
Ann,
Yes.
Mark, yes. Thanks, David.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, David.
To go this evening. Have fun.
Keep up the good work. Yeah, we got a couple more hours to go.
No. No.
Not me. Good night.
Good night.
So next, I think, is the MBTA article, which you should have in your email. I can share it, but it doesn't look, doesn't fit so well on the screen.
I can share it too, Mark, but it also doesn't fit perfectly. Or it's very small if it does.
Yeah, it was made in Word, not PowerPoint for virtual viewing. I can give a little summary here if it would be helpful.
Why don't you do that, please?
Let me
All
share it
right.
just get a sense if that's helpful or not. Is that helpful?
Still readable, yeah. So the MBTA has recently passed some changes under what they're calling sort of Forging Ahead plan. They are making significant cuts. Some have already taken place earlier this month. Reading, and you know, I won't read the resolution itself, but Reading is being affected by these cuts. They're combining the 136 with the 137 bus lines. It actually took effect March 14th. The commuter rail, the Haver line, they are ending weekend service entirely. We already had limited service to begin with. And they're also making changes to the ride. So they're decreasing hours and they're changing the ADA program, which means that disabled riders who use this service will be charged more for services that were previously more affordable. These are really significant changes. There are numerous towns that have gotten together and are attempting to ask the governor to push against these cuts, especially considering that the MBTA is the recipient of federal pandemic funds. I'll keep it at that. Like I said, you can read the resolution. Sorry, it came through a little late, but I would love for the board to vote in favor of this and have it sent on to Governor Baker. Thanks.
Just to reinforce one of the points that is mentioned in your note, Vanessa, is that Representative Stephen Lynch was quoted in the Globe, I believe yesterday, sharing some very serious concerns with the governor that if the T doesn't take advantage of these funds, that there will be some very strong federal cut repercussions that will ensue. So we've been given the money to use for transit. It needs to be used. And his note was uncharacteristically sharp. Or maybe characteristically sharp, either way.
I mean, it is worth noting, thanks for adding that, Mark. I mean, it is worth noting that the cuts that they're proposing are disproportionately going to affect lower income individuals, both in our area and elsewhere. People who do not have alternative means of transportation. It's going to have a lot of negative repercussions. So it's late, I'll leave it at that, but would appreciate a support in favor of this.
I think this is great. Thank you for bringing this to our attention, Vanessa. I'd be happy to vote for this.
I'm on board as well. Any comments on the wording? Or are we good as is?
I'll also note that this is standard wording that's being used by numerous communities, if that's helpful.
Cool.
Sure.
Tyler, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Karen.
Vanessa, I appreciate you bringing this forward. I support the direction and the board taking action on this. I will abstain as I can't sign a resolution that's going to the state as a state employee and can't act as an agent of the board to the state.
And does that mean you can't vote?
Well, I could vote, but I can't sign.
Got it.
So, but
Okay.
The last time we've gone through this, it was unclear how it was going to be signed, if it was signed from the Reading Select Board versus individual members. So I could just not vote to avoid the issue depending on how the signature or signatures will happen.
I think it was late, the last one we did too, and I didn't feel as a board that we handled that very well. I would like to see, Anne, if there are conditions in which you can lend your voice, I would love for you to be able to do that. I was a little bit confused last time.
I can vote to approve the resolution, and then the board members who vote, the other board members who vote can sign it, but I cannot sign it. My name cannot be on it.
So I think that's fine. Vanessa, are you okay with that? That it would have signatures?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Complete.
So it'll have the signatures of the other board members. Okay.
All those who vote for it, of course, yes.
Right. Exactly. Well, except for me. except
for Ann, sorry. Okay, Carlo, can I ask you to make this as a motion, please?
Sure. I'm just wondering how to phrase it.
Move to approve the resolution regarding MBTA service cuts.
Sure. That's that simple. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. Move to approve the resolution for the MBTA service cuts, also known as Forging Ahead.
friendly amendment, can we say opposing the MBTA service cuts?
Sorry. Approved, friendly amendment approved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Karen. Any discussion? None appearing. As I see you on the screen, Vanessa,
Yes.
Karen,
Sorry, I was muted. Yes.
Yes.
Ann,
Yes.
Mark, yes. Thank you. Last core item, meeting minutes.
Just one sec. Caitlin, can you use our stamp signatures for that? Or do you, okay.
So not
And
Ann's.
just please don't use my stamp. Thank you.
And so Ann, you don't want your name or signature on it, correct?
Correct. Neither name nor signature.
So 4 board members and 4 signatures. End of story.
And then that'll need to be sent to the governor's office.
Great, thank you. Meeting minutes. So we couldn't get through these last time. Karen, you made a number of suggestions in terms of modifications and to some extent a simplification, I think. I am okay with them as you have suggested. How do other board members feel? So
I had additional edits that I had sent to Caitlin, minor compared to Mark and Karen's, but I did have one suggested change, Mark, to yours.
Okie doke.
And I would also just make a sort of general observation that we're going back to the transcript style of minutes, and it would be nice to bring it back to that summary form that we discussed a few months back.
Yeah, so I think we should not use the word summary, to be clear, but to clearly point out what was discussed so that someone from the outside can read it and understand what the discussion was, to see what the votes were, and if there are particular opinions, particularly minority opinions, that they can be laid out clearly and described exactly, so that people, again, reading it would look at it and say, okay, I know it was discussed, I know what the vote was, and I know, this is what the majority said, this is what the minority said, and it's clear. That's our mission. It's not transcript and it's not summary. I've been appropriately.
So, well, fewer quotes unless they're absolutely necessary. It makes it easier to the select board discussed this. So select board agreed this. Yep. Okay. And it should make editing them easier.
That would be great. So, Caitlin, do you have a Word doc that maybe call it the latest and greatest? Is that the one to share on screen?
I don't have one that incorporates both of your edits together. I have Vanessa's that she sent me that I can show you. But I do not have one that has all of yours together. But I can.
Vanessa, are yours significant, Vanessa?
I can show you real quick if you want.
No, they're not. I think I had 2 small things and 1 edit to Mark's. And my other was approved with Mark and Karen's edit.
Those seem minor to me and fine.
They're fine. And yeah, there was a discussion. That's we got to keep it at that level. And it took us a while to do the last executive session minutes for the same reason. So.
So let's, I think what we probably should do is take a look at the, even though they're kind of 2 pieces, let's just make sure we see them so we know exactly what we're voting on. Caitlin, do you know what pages we should be looking at in the packet?
Yep, I believe Karen's start on page 49,
Oops,
if I remember correctly.
Mark, I think your edits and mine were in totally different places. So.
Oh, they should have been one right after another.
Oh, I meant
Oh, like in the minutes wise, yeah.
Okay, so the minutes themselves start on 45.
Right, the actual, yeah, the
The
initial-
original ones, yeah.
Yes.
the original.
Okay, yep, then Karen, 49.
And yours should be after that, Mark.
And mine are very minor in there. So yes, here. So the only one that overlaps is page 54. And this is where Vanessa's comment came in.
Yes, okay, yep.
And let's just check your comment on this one, Karen.
Vanessa, why did you want to take out the language about Mark asking people to take a step back? Because I think that is literally, my recollection is that is what he said.
Yes, actually, that's exactly why I asked for it to be removed. We're going back to quoting people. It's that transcript style. And I think that it's not relevant to the actual discussion at hand and the determination of the board. So it's unnecessary narrative.
Yeah, I agree. But and again, the more we keep it up at this level, then the less editing, because then you have less quotes, less direct quotes, less transcripts to.
Yeah.
So that's why they're just not very helpful.
I mean, the chair frequently makes all sorts of commentary about sort of how the meeting runs. You know, if we had to include sort of reference to all of those things, I mean, the minutes would be 50 pages long. It was odd to me that that one was actually included.
Anne, are you concerned that we're losing some meaning?
I think you could lose a little bit of meaning by that particular, especially Mark, you'd suggested adding it. And I think my understanding is if we start editing minutes, removing detail that is accurate, that can be a problem. So I don't know if this is an edit. This is editing an edit that Mark proposed, but it did ring true as to this, like the spirit of what he said too.
Yeah, I mean, my goal again is to go back to what we had agreed to previously, which is indicate what had happened and what the board is discussing. And that to me was not, that was an administrative role of the chair. It is accurate.
5-minute recess.
Right. We would never say, you know, the chair.
Call for a 5-minute recess.
Told
8:05.
Right.
8:05, folks.
Yeah.
But it's, if in my opinion, if Mark was trying to intercede within that back and forth. At least I saw it.
So it's administrative, exactly what you're saying. The minutes are not about capturing administrative details.
No, but what I mean is that if he didn't say anything, it just would have kept on going.
Nah. Well, I mean, it's fine, but that's the role of the chair. You know, he's the one who says your 2 minutes are up. You know, Mr. Resident who came and stayed up late to talk to us. So we don't capture all of that. We never capture that, or we really shouldn't be. It's not the substance of the meeting, the substance of our decisions, the substance of our votes.
Well, and if anything, actually, the rest of the phrase is actually the most pertinent. Like, as I'm reading it now, the chair suggests that some of the issues noted will be better addressed with the new communication policy and follow-up systems envisioned and ended in the discussion. That's actually, to me, the most important part. The fact that he asked that all parties take a step back doesn't contribute anything from a minutes perspective.
On this one, I actually think that Ann and Carlo are right. I think that it was a break in momentum I think it was a change. I think it's pertinent to what the discussion was. I don't think it's like taking a bathroom break. That was kind of that was a change. I think that's the kind of stuff that should be in.
Yeah, the other thing that minutes do need to reflect is allowing someone who did not attend the meeting to understand what happened. And I think, I mean, it's marginal, but it is, I think, it does help to sort of tell the story about what happened at the meeting.
So we don't need to be transcript here because it is on video. It was a really long movie, and I mean, really long RCTV recording.
Yeah, but the video
to go back and be accurate, to have to check every single quote and be accurate, like it's in
the video. It can't. The video is not the official record of what happened at the meeting. The minutes are.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. We're not looking for quotes and literally, you know, she said, he said. That's not what we're looking for, unless it is a minority opinion, in which case we absolutely do. In this case, I think it was a break in momentum, though. I think it's worthy of keeping.
I worry about, so the reason I flagged this one, Mark, and I know this was an edit that you made, is because historically, we have struggled sometimes when there are challenging or passionate arguments, shall we say, being made. And at times, the minutes, perhaps unfairly, represent what happened. And so this, to me, stood out as something that, while you are correct, Mark, you did say it, you did interject in this manner. It harkens back to a time when certain actions are reflected more than others. And I, you know, you literally said those exact words. It is an actual quote. And I understand, you know, the desire for it, but it from a minute's perspective, it is not adding to what happened. The purpose, where you most effectively change the direction is what follows immediately after that. So I raised that so that this is not a comment in isolation. It reflects a long history of a struggle with minutes to be fair and equitable.
So I have a question, Mark, in that regards, because you know, even I can't say I'm new to this anymore after a year, but where Karen says, you know, she wants to delete that Bob tried to get the attention of the chair. Does Bob get to say anything about that, or what do we do with that?
It's not relevant. We can't use the word SUMMARY, but it's supposed to be, you should be able to read through these things quickly. And what are the topics that were covered? What were the decisions that were made to do something, to table it? I mean, these are minutes. These are not transcripts, I guess. I don't know how else to say it.
We all try and get yeah, I mean, the issue here is that we all try and get the attention of the chair. The fact that some of us have to raise our hand multiple times to be seen by the chair, which admittedly, it's got to be tough in COVID when you got a bunch of screens that you're staring at. But that is not pertinent to the discussion of what happened.
So I actually was wondering about that particular comment and didn't know if there had been like a private message that had gone through Zoom that the minutes were trying to capture. But yeah, unless that was the case, then I don't think that was, I didn't know where that was coming from. So it did actually make me wonder I've not seen something like this before. Was there a private message? I didn't know in what fashion, you know, the attention was sought. So
private messages. Bob, did you have comment or guidance?
Yeah, I just have, let me share a screen so you can see it more clearly. I have what I hope is a friendly amendment to offer to Karen. Right here where it says, you know, he clarified that he submitted Karen's email request. I would ask that you delete the words "as a formal records request," because first of all, I did not do that. And secondly, it's not just the words. That would imply that I'm telling a records access officer how to do their job. And the board has appointed some employees to be record access officers. I am not one of them on purpose, much like the ombudsman. I am removed from public records requests, so I don't tell people how to do their jobs. It may seem like a minor nitpicky point, but to me it's important because the way it's worded, inaccurately portrays what I'm attempting to tell someone with a formal responsibility. It's not a big deal, but
Sorry, what was your edit?
Let's fix
I
it.
got lost about the edit you wanted to make.
To delete as a formal records request from
But
this.
you did tell me it was a records request, correct? You
I
did
did not say
formal,
that. I
You
said
did. You did. You go back to tape.
I think
I said that I forwarded the
Roll tape.
Bob, you did say that you submitted this as a formal records request.
I cannot imagine that I said that, but
You did, and I was surprised. I've been doing this for a year. I don't know all the rules about what can easily be distributed and what requires what I call the formal records request. And you definitely said records request, and maybe you didn't say formal. I don't remember. No,
Maybe
we don't want
something
to
like
get
it was.
transcript.
Yeah. What if
It could have been the word official,
So,
Could have
so
but it was handled as a formal records request.
we need to take a step back.
yeah. How the police handled it is one thing, but what I would have said is another. And I just can't imagine I would have used those words. But
Roll
if
tape.
you heard.
So rolling tape isn't going to help. We need to set this appropriately. So if it's not okay to say formal records request, then it should, is it as a records request, or is it forwarded to records officer, or what's a way to describe it?
So I'm a little bit concerned about, this process is intended to be the board reviewing the minutes. Both Karen and I specifically remember the context of this as being, because I remember being surprised as well, that it be handled as a formal records request. So I would be inclined to leave this as is. If the board wants to change it to official, then I'm fine with that too, but I would not strike that
How about
because that was a point of contention in the conversation.
how about he clarified that the matter would be handled as a records request?
Or that it is a records request?
Yeah, that's fine.
Does that clarify it, Bob?
I'll cede to the members that heard me say those words, and it doesn't make any difference how you word it if I said them.
Yeah, I think you did say it would be handled. I don't have an exact quote, but you did say something about it being handled as a records request.
I may well have said that's what the police are doing. My only comment is I did not instruct them to do that.
No, I understood. No, I understood. You took action.
It's
Said
not
that.
worth a discussion. Leave it alone. Carla just asked, I wonder what Bob thinks. So now you know.
Okay.
So I am going to leave the continued discussion of how exactly we're going to do minutes to the next chair that's going to be coming into place. But for tonight, we need to resolve this, and we need to get this approved as minutes. So I don't feel so sharply in one direction or another that it makes that much difference. I guess that's where I'm coming from. If people feel very strongly about it, then I would defer to feeling strongly about it. But we don't want to be getting into this discussion going forward. This isn't a good use of our time. So I'm fine kind of taking my suggestions, Karen's suggestions, Vanessa's suggestions as they are. I would suggest that's what we do for tonight and then move on.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark. Which version, which statement are we using? I'm sorry, which one?
So this would go back to
The original?
no, I was going to say accept
Motion to accept the minutes with all of our changes.
but we need to clarify first. So this is taking Karen's suggestions on 49. Is that on 49? 50.
On 50?
I accept all of Karen's edits if that's helpful.
So Carlo and Ann, I guess how strongly do you feel about this?
So I would accept all of the edits. I mean, my preference would be to keep your language about asking everyone to take a step back, because I do think it was accurate and true to not only accurate, but just kind of true to telling the story of what happened at the meeting. But that's my view.
Carlo, what are you thinking?
This wasn't my fight to fight. I mean, this was between Karen and Bob. I thought it was inappropriate altogether, but it went its course. And in your action, I wish it was sooner. Personally, I could see you were struggling, and but it happened, and this is how we ended it. And it's your words, Mark. So I'll side with you.
Okay, fine. We're going to make a decision where I'm going to leave in the words that I suggested. I think that they're right. Let's leave them in. I think that's where we are. Let's vote on it that way. So all the changes except, I want to leave in, the chair then asks all parties take a step back, suggested that some of the issues, blah, 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 in yellow on 54. So let's take a vote on it. We'll go up or down to see where it is, although I think we know. So I'm going to say, let's take the motion to accept them.
How should I word it?
Accept them as amended.
Except for?
Yeah, incorporating all changes discussed except for.
Proposed changes on page 54?
The long change on 54. There are two changes on 54. It's just the other one's a typo. Needs to hear. No, it's an added, it's a missing word.
I can see the last paragraph on page 54, I guess.
Yep.
But we do want to keep that.
We do want to keep the last on 54 and not accept the removal from 50.
All right, here's an example. Motion to approve the minutes as amended, but to include the proposed changes by Chair Mark Doxer on page 54. Something like that? No.
Can I make this easy?
Yeah.
I rescind the edit in question. So now, Carlo, if you can say as amended, everything else is fair game.
Okay.
Done.
All right.
So if you can just finish that motion, please.
Okay. As amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
No more discussion, please. Okay, good. All right, Karen.
Yes.
Vanessa.
Yes.
Carlo.
Yes.
Ann.
Yes.
Mark, yes. Very last thing for 1 second. We have a proposed kind of a draft agenda for 420 that's already in the packet that you saw. Unless there's some things that folks see that doesn't make sense here, I'm going to propose that we kind of go with this unless something comes up, such as we need another exec session or whatever. So it kind of sounds like we're going to have another exec session first.
Yeah. Is there a plan? Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's in the next one to have Jane speak about the Black Earth. Is that in the next meeting? It's
yeah,
here?
so it's here.
Oh, there it is. Sorry. There it is. Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry.
I didn't see it at first either, Carlo. This looks like a very long meeting, doesn't it?
Yes, it looks like a very long meeting. I was like, is that
It looked
one
like a
I
short
get
one. So if there's something else missing, let me know. If not, this would be the proposed structure. We will be reorganizing as kind of one of our first activities anyway. But this should kind of guide what everybody will be preparing to do for the meeting. Is that right?
Yeah, okay.
Can someone
Okay.
just for my own personal, what's the Chimney Hill acceptance? What, just, I mean, I know I'll read about it, but what is that?
All I know is that Conscom has voted to do something that the select board needs to reauthorize again.
Oh, okay, all right.
I do want to add that Caitlin has added a placeholder. We have another hearing for a change of officer at Anthony's Coal Fire Pizza that may happen that night. So I think-
Those are quick, yeah.
Yes, yep.
Okay, should we reserve a night next week, like Tuesday perhaps? Temporarily for us, and we'll make a decision by Thursday if we're going to need it based on what Ivrea said. That next Tuesday?
Ivrea asked me and thought that it would be, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday all work, but maybe the board would want to wait until, she's finished with a meeting tomorrow. We can certainly poll you at any time, in other words, for a meeting.
So why don't we just have it as a placeholder? Because it sounds like everyone has nodded their head about Tuesday for now. So we know that, and we'll wait till tomorrow and see what we hear from Ivrea. And then there may be this issue related to if there's going to be a town meeting, a special that needs to be called. We have to decide when that's going to take place too.
Yeah, and just so the board knows, the moderator has to be involved in this. He has to ask for the same remote, information. The town clerk has to get involved from a disability standpoint. So, we'll work to throw that together quickly.
Should we use Tuesday as our placeholder for this? And then if we're pushed off, we move it?
Sure.
Okay, let's do that. That works for everybody, Tuesday?
Yeah, that works. I think we're just assuming everybody's gonna get it done tomorrow, but that's, best case scenario.
Yep, let's see where we are. Okay. Any other business?
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Karen. Let's vote. So Karen,
Yes.
Vanessa,
Yes.
Carlo,
Yes.
Ann,
Yes.
Mark, yes. We are adjourned. Good night, everybody.
Thank you.